That's, that's what I thought myself. But I got a phone call. That's the reason I was asking you.
Yeah, we did too. And like I say, we when we can, we need to go back up there and touch up a few places and help it out a little. But I don't think we should pave the whole road, in my opinion. I can't hear Mark now. Can you? You still talking, Mark? I can't hear you.
I said I told them that we could just pave so much, and that we had to do the bad roads. We had to get them before we could get any more.
Yes, that's true. And we're we got a few other roads picked out to pave too. Toward Pinecrest and a couple of short roads over at Pinecrest, and we got the Happy Valley Road. We want to try to get a section of it paved too. And if the weather keeps holding up, right now, tomorrow we need to do some pothole patching and some utility cuts, and got some trees, limbs and stuff to get out of the way. A little bit of drainage work, and we got that tree over the mark that tree over there on Shenandoah behind Park Court in Pinecrest. Well,
Yeah.
the Johnson City Power Board, which is Bright Ridge now, I believe, is going to cut it down for us, at least down far enough that we can handle it. And we're going over there and pick up the brush and stuff and haul it off tomorrow. That's what our schedule is anyway. Hopefully we
That'll
can get,
be good.
because that tree's been in question a while.
Have you ever heard anything from Johnson City on that Tweetsy Trail Road? Where he's trying to get them to let us get on. And
No, sir. I don't reckon they've got anything worked up about it yet. I haven't been in contact with them, but I figured as soon as they got something, they'd call me.
that's what I
We're
figured.
going
I
to help.
said they would, so I
I,
figured they would.
I'm pretty sure they will. And
But I think you're doing a real good job on the roads and keeping everything up, and doing a good job on keeping the ditches and stuff cleaned out, Roger.
thank you. I appreciate that.
You just get Willie to work a little bit.
I know he doesn't drag me in on
I just seen Willie.
it.
Oh, the Lord done miracles, but now I don't think you can do nothing with Willie.
All right, it's 6 o'clock. We'll go ahead and get this meeting called to order. This is the November 16th, 2020 Board of County Commissioners meeting for Carter County, Tennessee. This meeting is being conducted electronically with live public access for the protection of the health, safety, and welfare of the public due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. With that being said, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell,
Here.
Mark Blevins,
Here,
Robert Acuff,
Here.
Nancy Brown,
Here.
Mike Hill,
Here.
Patty Woodby,
Here.
Bradley Johnson,
Here.
Mark Tester,
Here.
Charles Von Cannon,
Present.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Present. Here.
Jerry Prophet,
Present.
Austin James,
Here.
Ross Garland,
Here.
Layla Ward, Layla Ward,
Here.
Ginger Holdren, Ginger Holdren, Randall Jenkins, Gary Bailey,
Here.
Travis Hill,
Here.
Sandra Color,
Here.
Aaron Fraser,
Here.
Robin McCain,
Here.
Kelly Collins,
Here.
Thomas Prophet,
Here.
Ginger Holdren,
Here.
Randall Jenkins. 22 present.
Here.
I see Randall's online, Madam Clerk.
Ginger is as well.
I got you.
Okay.
Randall Jenkins,
Randall, you're muted still, buddy.
he's there.
Right. It appears everybody is here with us tonight. Next item is approval of the agenda. I would like to amend the agenda to add a 6A, and we'll recognize Charlie Von Cannon to speak about Miss Sarah Sellers. So can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I'll make a motion. Second, Aaron Frazier, seventh.
Isaiah Grandstaff, second.
Is that Jerry Prophet with the motion?
All day.
All right, so Mr. Prophet with the motion, second by Mr. Frazier. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell,
Yes.
Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert A. Cuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Here.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yeah.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Here, yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sandra Culler,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you. Next item is the opening prayer by Mr. Willie Campbell. And again, if each one of y'all will remember Miss Sellers' family, not only was she a friend of mine, she was a very well-known lady in Carter County in the 3rd District, and she's probably the most decorated female military woman in the history of Carter County. Mr. Campbell.
Gracious Heavenly Father, God, Lord, it's about our heads today, Lord, and thank you, Lord, that you let us put our feet to the floor, Lord, and have another day, Lord, another breath, and Lord, that you put your unseen hands up on each one of us, Lord, and guiding us through this day. Lord, we do pray for Mrs. Sellers, Lord. We pray, God, for her family, Lord. We pray, Lord, that you touch them. And Lord, we know, Lord, your word says, let not our hearts be troubled, but Lord, we know there's trouble on every hand today. But Lord, we know it's fulfilling thy word. But Lord, we do pray, Lord, that you watch over us and keep us, Lord, and guide us in the way you'd have us to go, Lord. And say the things that we need to say. And we do pray for your wisdom and your knowledge. And Lord, we do pray for our country, Lord, and our leaders. And Lord, we pray for our county officials. We pray for each one, Lord. And God, today we do thank you, Lord, for your answering prayer for us, Lord, and doing the things that you do for us. God, we can never praise you enough. But most of all, Lord, we praise you for your son, Jesus, who gave his life that we could have life and have it more abundantly. And thank God tonight that we can look unto the hills where cometh our help and strength and know that it only comes from you. Knowing that we're standing up today, Lord, on that solid rock, God, which we can look unto you. And Lord, we do praise you, Lord, and thank you for everything that you do for us, Lord. And we pray, Lord, for those people on has the COVID-19. Lord, we pray, God, that you touch each one of them, those that have lost loved ones, Lord. God, that they'll call unto you, Lord, the helper, Lord, it'll comfort their hearts. And Lord, we do pray for our responders, Lord. Pray for those in the hospitals, the nursing homes, Lord. Each one, Lord. God, we just pray, God, that you keep us, watch over us, and help us, Lord. And we ask these things in thy name. Amen.
Amen. Next item on the agenda is acceptance of the meeting minutes from October.
Motion to accept.
Motion by Mr. Blevins,
Second.
second by Ms. Holdren. Any additions, deletions? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell,
Aye.
Mark Blevins,
Aye.
Robert A. Cuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester, Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sandra Culler,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yeah.
All ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is approval of notaries and bonds.
Make a motion.
Anthony Craig Bowling,
Go ahead and get it.
Trevor Weber, Nancy M. Bird, Pamela A. Yarberry, and Lisa Hawkins. Add that to the list, Lisa Hawkins.
Have a motion to accept.
I done did.
Motion to accept, Layla Ward.
Trying to hurry it up.
Motion by Ms. Ward,
Second.
second by Ms. Holdren. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell,
Aye.
Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert A. Cuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Roger Color,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you. Next item, we'll recognize Mr. Von Cannon to speak about Miss Sarah Sellers. Mr. Von Cannon, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't realize I was going to, I'd had asked maybe a moment of silence prayer for Sarah. However, I wish I had have brought the write-up that we did at the dedication of the Mike and Sarah Sellers Bridge over Sinking Creek at Sinking Creek Church. It was more comprehensive, but here's a few things I just jotted down. Sarah was very adamant about spelling her name. She said, I do not have an H on the end of Sarah. So I tried to remember that over the years and would correct the newspaper before an article went in about her. But Sarah Whitehead Sellers was born in Old Butler. Her father, Carson, was with law enforcement in the town or the county, but I think in the town, Carson Whitehead. They were displaced, as all of us were, I guess, in that world up there by the lake. And so she finished high school, or went to high school at Happy Valley, and is a graduate of Happy Valley High. She, at a very early age, joined the Air Force, and there she met Mike Sellers. She had about 30 years of military, maybe a little more than 30, and Mike, I think, had 33. Mike joined the Army Air Force before the regular Air Force as we know it today was formed. In other words, the Air Force is fairly new as a branch of service, about 1948 or 9 possibly. But anyway, she and Mike were a good pair. They were the most giving people I've ever known. The reason I know that is that I've raised a lot of money. If $500,000 is a lot of money for nonprofit organizations, and they always gave. And if I didn't contact them, they contacted me about some of the nonprofits that we were involved in. Mike, of course, was very prominent in the Gideons, and he was low key in politics compared to Sarah. She was Miss Republican in my book. I love Sarah and was blessed to have seen her just a day or two before they locked down the nursing homes. And I never got to see her again, and nobody, it's a horrible thing to live alone and die alone, family not allowed to see you. This time is a horrendous time, and I've seen more days than most of you, 2 or 3 times more than some of you, but I've never seen anything like it. And surely it can't last much longer, but remember the Spanish flu lasted 3 years, almost 3 years, killed 654,000 Americans. I never dreamed we'd get to 250, 60,000 as we are in this epidemic for the modern day medicine. But anyway, I love Sarah. She was my closet support for when I ran for county mayor, and criticized me for not getting more votes than I did. She said, you got 900 more than you should have. But anyway, our community has lost probably, in my book, one of the finest people I've ever known. Not only she, but Mike. Mike was top notch. Because we've lost a woman who loved her country. She still flew the American flag every day in her yard, she and Mike. Loved her country and loved her community. Sarah, I know that you're looking down upon us tonight, and I hope you are pleased with this commission, because it is one of the best commissions we've ever had in my time, of course. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Von Cannon. Next item is insurance update from Sequoia Group. Got Tim or Kelly or who we've got on there tonight? I think you're muted. You guys can go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
Travis, can we come back to them?
I think they're up now, I believe.
There they are.
Still can't hear them though.
Somebody remember, can I hear that?
Give us a thumbs up if you guys can hear us at Sequoia.
Can't hear you.
Call. I think so. I think the room's unmuted, but if you guys called in on the phone is what's still muted, probably in Zoom.
I'm not seeing a telephone number that would belong to them that I can unmute.
I think they're dialing in right now, Abby.
I see an 865 number down there now, Abby, on the bottom.
Are they on YouTube or Zoom?
Hey, I think we know.
Hello?
Hey, we got you.
You there?
Yes.
Yep, we're here.
All right. Goodness. Sorry about that, guys. Thank you all. I've got Kelly and Tim in here with me as well. We'll make this real sweet, short in here. Abby, let's see. Just give me controls. All right, what we're going to do here is just run through the post-renewal meeting that we had with Michael and Brad, and then along with the Financial Management Committee about 2 weeks ago. Just real quick through the agenda, we'll be going and covering the 2020 renewal process. We won't spend very much time on the current benefits. Those are what they have been. The 2020 post-renewal enrollment numbers, we'll walk through the financial dashboard. Brief discussion of wellness, the other services, and then what we're hoping to accomplish from an employee education standpoint. On the 2020 renewal, of course, through Blue Cross, the initial came in at 15.93%. So that would have been an increase of almost $367,000. We were able to negotiate that rate to a flat zero, so no increase there, which is a great win for everyone. In talking with Michael, there were some folks that had hearing issues, and the policy that was in place through Blue Cross didn't have any coverage for that. So we went back to Blue Cross and we were able to get the hearing coverage added at no additional cost. So that was able to help some of the folks there in the county as well. Delta Dental, they initially came in at 16.1% on their increase, which was $11,003 annually. We took that dental out to market through 4 different carriers return quotes. The lowest came in at 6.4%, and Delta agreed to match that increase. So that increase went to $3,993 on an annual basis. Vision, there was no increase. They had a rate hold for us. Same thing with One America for the life and disability. And then the Allstate products, the critical illness with cancer, as well as the accident, are SUH, so no increase on that. And then the same thing there with the trust mark with long-term care, no increase on any of the rates on that. Again, current benefits and contribution, we'll move pretty quickly through this. It's been discussed before. So all 3 of the options are at what they were the year before. 2020 post-renewal enrollment summary. So the total premium in the prior year was $1.6 million. Then it went to 1.5. The county portion went from 1.5 million down to 1.482. So the county difference there is 23,269. Again, we did have 3 plans that were offered, same as last year. Enrollment did increase slightly from 237 to 240. Then you can tell on the estimated HSA spend, it went from 323,581 down to 276,911. That's a difference of about 47,000. We all know the hiccup there, so we're good. We're on the right track. So that enrollment increase there was 1.2%. Dental, again, there was a slight increase on that. So you can see the enrollment increased slightly, so the county spend went up to 3,914. there was no increase on the vision, and the enrollment did decrease by one participant. All right, so the financial dashboard. This one was through September 30th. And the MLR, so that's the medical loss ratio for September, tracked at 236.9%, which was caused by the highest medical claims in the last 12 months and the third highest in the last 36 months. There were 3 new large claims that hit that month, causing the spike of the current year to date being 158.2%. On this next page, I do want to preface this. As you look down towards the renewal projection at 48.2% or 42.8%, we do know based off data that I've received over the last week or so that has already started trending down. The medical claims that happened in September were astronomically high, and it's not a typical thing based off how you guys have ran in the past. What it does set us up for, and something that has been discussed over the last year or so, is if it does come down to it, us being able to take this to market to help drive those renewal figures down. So just walking through this, during the past 12 months, total enrollment has increased on an average from 223 to 241 employees are enrolled. That's an 8.2% increase. The total estimated employee contributions for the past 12 months are $99,171. So that makes up 6.1% of total premium. Over the past 12 months, the medical RX plan is running at a paid loss ratio of 100.6. So that's claims divided by premium. We want that figure to be down. As that figure drops, that renewal projection drops as well. During the last 12 months, the 12-month period, there were 16 individuals with a total paid claims exceeding 25K. That represents 53.3% of total claims, and 2 of those have terminated. Something that I want to point out is the PEPM claims by category at the top right there. Can you use your mouse? I think it's important to note the medical, as we discussed previously. You can see how much of a jump that's been kind of current year to date versus previous. So that's something to note there. This graph shows you the purple. That's the premium per employee per month. That's kind of your threshold. That's where you don't want to be above that. The green is the target claims cost PEPM. That's where that MLR comes into place. It's typically at 80%. So you want to make sure that you're running under or near that green line in order to help with renewal cost. So as you can tell, the blue, just after we got everything renewed and enrolled, it kind of took a bit of a up there. And that's what's showing us the projection that we've got right now as to why this has increased as much as it has. On this next page, this is just historical data. The next 3 pages are actually historical. So that top line, the 9/1/2020, that's what has helped driving this large medical loss ratio at this point. As you can tell, the medical claims are extremely high, and we'll see that on the upcoming pages, what that leads to. And I can tell you that for October 1 of 2020, this MLR is at 91%. So that's a pretty significant drop off from where it was, and really the best it's been since we've renewed and got everybody enrolled. Again, historical data, so this is 2019 through 2018, October. And then on this next page, 2018, 2017 as well. This page here gives a breakdown of employees enrolled in each of the three options. So it shows you where spend or where the claims is really hitting and where the folks in each of those plans, where it's driving those prices. As you can tell, September, as we've discussed, it was just a hard month on all tiers. On this graph, it breaks down payments, the claims by payment band, so you can tell where these large claims are hitting. So there's two of them in the blue. So there were two of them, and that's a total of $222,527. The pulling point there for Carter County is $100,000. So once a claim reaches above $100,000, any amount that is over that goes back to the reinsurer. So it's not necessarily falling on Blue Cross. It hits kind of their insurance carrier, if you will.
So right now, out of all the large claimants so far that we're tracking, and if they continue to have ongoing claims above the 22,000, those will be taken out of when we do negotiations with Blue Cross, that they cannot count against you because it went towards reinsurance.
Here we got the top 10 drugs by both brand name drugs and generic. Really one of the things that I'm looking at whenever I'm looking down through here to see where the impact of the claims is, I want to look at the paid claims PPM. So the Scott Ridley drug, 14,000, and then this Stelara at almost 11,000. Crohn's, diabetes, and one of the bigger things that I've noticed within Carter County running these dashboards is there seems to be quite a bit of diabetes that's running, and that's hurting, I guess, the claims aspect of it. We get this is what we use to find our projection. So we're taking how many lives are actually in there, breaking that down at a PEPM level based off annual cost, taking into effect expected trends and trends per month, and then that gives us that 42.8%. Any questions on that? Do you guys have any questions on anything that was just discussed?
I have one question. This is Aaron Frazier. Were any of the cases, and you may not be able to answer this, or the information may not be available, but were any of the cases directly related to the high claimants? Were any of those directly related to COVID-19?
We did pull a claims report for COVID-19 and have that to send, but I don't believe any of the high claimants were a part of the COVID.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, none of those hit that 25K mark. I think there were a couple that were close, but not up to that level. All right, and then moving on to the wellness piece of it. Preventive exams, 9/1/19 through 8/31/20. On the plan currently, there are 273 total members. Of that, make up 235 employees, 16 spouses, and 22 children. There were 123 members that received the preventative exams, so that's 44.9% of the total population enrolled. 110 were spouses, 110 were employees, 11 were spouses, and 2 were children. And then down below, the preventative services that had taken place. One of the things that whenever we were talking with Brad and Michael and then the Financial Management Committee, we're wanting to start some type of wellness initiative. And I know Patty had mentioned on there too, asking what kind of initiatives can we do and what kind of incentives can be brought to the table. So we've went back to Blue Cross, and we're going to be having a discussion again soon over that to really dig down and understand, what we can do to help offer to the employees to drive them to go get these preventative services. They're covered at 100% under your medical plan. So just going and, kind of getting it's a way to get your quote unquote oil checked. So kind of where you're at. So that's one of those things that we need to think about as we.
And I just want to point out one thing on the chart below where it says treated members, for example, like mammogram, ages under 41, the percentage of total members column, that is the percentage of total members that are on the plan that are eligible for that benefit. So it's not percentage of total members on the plan. So for example, on immunizations, 53 members are receiving those of 18% of the people who are eligible for those.
Yeah, and I think another thing important to point out too is that office visits with the routine exams. That's just your preventative checkup, and less than half the population is getting that done. So that could be a good driver for us from a wellness incentive to help with that too.
And one thing about it is underwriting with insurance carriers, they look at this as kind of like a ticking bomb. Where people are not getting their screenings, then they don't know what's going on and what's getting ready to hit.
So this is Tim. So when I look at this, and you look down at the bottom, total unique treated members, and 57% of our population that are on our plan are getting treated. There's another 43% that are not. So what this tells is that we will not, at some given time, be able to negotiate ourselves out of a bad renewal if we have one. So if you just look at that percentage of total members that are getting their preventatives on an annual basis, and if you just look at it, at those numbers there, it's astonishing, especially when it's free. It's free. So that's why we're having this meeting, to see what we can do in putting together a wellness initiative.
I have another question, guys. Is this not an increase over last year, over the number of people that took advantage of like the office visits, the annual physicals and stuff like that? Isn't this an increase?
It is. You're correct. It went up a little bit. Always room for improvement though.
I think, and that's what's going to lead us into the next portion. One of the things that's been discussed is employees really need more education on a regular basis regarding their benefits. And that was brought up in the financial management meeting. And so we're, hopefully going to be able to start rolling some of that out, as long as we can do it under COVID circumstances.
In the highest preventative unit was the immunizations. What were those shots mainly for?
I wish that it broke them apart, but it doesn't. The data doesn't break it down that much. It could be flu shots. It could be immunizations for children. There's a variety of different immunizations that are considered preventive care.
One thing to point out is under the child care visits, those are normally when those do those immunizations. So it looks like it was around 17 or so, probably, give or take.
Yeah.
It'd be good to see a breakdown of the immunizations, because the children should be getting measles shots and whatever, whether or not they are. I guess they have to before they enroll in school, or used to. you had to have them. I guess you still do. But
Yeah,
I'd say you're right. I'd say that flu shots, possibly pneumonia shots in the adults would be the big number, but what about the children? You need to work with those in the schools. If you knew what they were given.
One of the sidelines to that is most of the kids, if they need them, can go to the health department to get those shots. And a lot of times they'll ask for the insurance or something like that. But if those kids are going and have insurance and just getting the shots, may not get reported.
Is that
back.
general information?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's pretty well known in the schools.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that wouldn't be a factor.
No.
yeah. And they, like he said, they're supposed to give their insurance and be able to bill that, but that doesn't always happen.
And we'll check with Blue Cross and see if they can give us a further breakdown on that, and then if they can, we'll relay that out to you guys. Then before we touch on the education piece for the employees, just real quick for the other services and support we provide. The Medicare education for employees and families. COVID's kind of dampened that just a little bit, but we're still wanting to make a strong push to be able to get in front of those employees and their families. Provide the Ben admin system for you all. Also provide the benefit guides that have all the required annual notices, the cafeteria plan and documentation and support. Complete the ACA reporting for 1094 and 1095Cs. We do process all ongoing new hires and terminations with all of the insurance carriers. Provide education and support directly to employees, 24/7 employee concierge advocacy assistance. We do audit and help reconcile the invoices. Then the HR support and resources, so HIPAA, FMLA, Section 125, as well as other areas. So the employee education timeline. When we had met with Brad and Michael initially, and then on to the Financial Management Committee, one of the things that Brad had asked about was a cost analysis for wellness strategies. That is an ongoing task that we are working on and completing. The Medicare education, we had hoped to be there in December, but then with Michael had reached out and let us know that the COVID restrictions are back in place until the beginning of the year. So that kind of dampened that. We're working on getting out additional resources to be able to provide for their families and the employees as well to help with that education. The employee survey regarding benefits and education. So what this is, and it'll be going out in December. And it goes back to what Kelly was speaking on earlier. We're putting together a survey for the employees to be able to take, for them to tell us what it is that they're most interested in and what they want to know more about, and just what we can do better to be able to help provide education on the benefits they have and just the resources at their disposal. Kelly is going to be heading up a FMLA and HIPAA training for the department heads. Hopefully, we can get that done in January. That's kind of a tentative date that's been set. So we're going to work hard to get that done. The voluntary benefits, EAP, short-term disability and long-term disability, how it works. So that would be one of those topics that would be on that survey, and that's been discussed before. Employees want to know about the short-term and long-term disability as well as that EAP that's offered.
Tell them what that EAP is, Colin, if you will.
EAP is an employee assistance program. So if you needed counseling for yourself, for you and your spouse, that's offered through there, as well as financial counseling if you needed any type of help trying to get your finances in order. It provides a whole host of just assistance that's already taken care of through having that benefit.
And it doesn't cost the employee anything to take advantage of it. They can get up to 3 face-to-face counseling sessions for no cost. So it's really a very valuable resource right now during the times that we're in because there's a lot of depression. Suicide rates are escalating, and a lot of things because of the impact of COVID.
Next thing there, we thought it would be a great idea to actually get with the employees to download the Blue Cross Blue Shield app, get it set up for them, and just give them a general overview so they can access their EOBs, just see where they're at throughout the year, and that could help with planning if they want to do some type of surgery or something like that. And then again, carrier education, and this goes into us marketing. And Kelly, do you want to jump in on that?
So one of the things that's been discussed by the Financial Management Committee and also by several people at Carter County last year and this year were getting education out to the commission for one first on what it looks like if Carter County had to move to another insurance carrier, i.e. disruption reports, or all the doctors that are being utilized in network, what do the drugs look like, that coverage, so on and so forth. So this was something that was discussed and brought up in the last meeting for us to put together and be able to educate the financial management, I think it's benefits and welfare, and then the commission.
Yeah.
Just ahead of time instead of after the fact, before the renewal, so that way everyone's prepared if it makes sense to move carriers, and that's if it makes sense.
Just real quick, we had two clients of ours that had been long-term Blue Cross Blue Shield clients. They moved to Blue Cross, they moved to Cigna. One moved 2 years ago and another moved a year ago. The one that had been let go on for 2 years, they didn't even want to quote it out. They wanted to stay right with Cigna. They didn't want to go back to Blue Cross Blue Shield. The other one had been with Cigna for 1 year. Cigna came in a little higher than Blue Cross Blue Shield, and they said they wanted to stay with Cigna. They thought Cigna was a better carrier for them at the time being. And they had been with Blue Cross Blue Shield for 17 years. So we think it's imperative for Sequoia Group to do that carrier education, okay, for all the employees, to let them know and take away the fear that there are some opportunities out there for us with other carriers, and Cigna being one of them. So we want to make sure that they understand that, along with the commission and everybody else within the county. Next. Questions? Comments?
Mr. Chairman, Brad Johnson, 3rd District. Mr. Chairman, Brad Johnson.
Go ahead, Brad.
I'd like to make a statement, particularly concerning in the wellness checkup that Sequoia had identified there. I'd just like to say that since we have a lot of department heads, directors, and elected officials on Zoom, or it's always at our meeting, that the Financial Management Committee, with the help of the Health Welfare Committee, worked for over 3/4 of a year to bring a very effective insurance program to where our employees could afford to put their children or dependents on and to utilize. Now, if you look at, you got 273 total members on our insurers, and only 40% of them, 49% takes the preventive care. They got to understand it is free, but this is also one of the driving forces when it comes down to have to go out and look for other insurance couriers to cover them. Now, you can drive your own ship. It is now affordable for our employees to get the insurance for dependents. But if you don't go and take advantage of the wellness checkups, which is free at no cost at all, and you make no effort of it, guess what's gonna happen? Your insurance is gonna go up in the air again, and then you're gonna have to drop your policy because your bi-weekly payroll won't even cover the insurance. So, brighten up just a little bit and drive your employees to make their wellness day, and let's get those numbers up. I'm finished.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. And one of the things that we are working on, as Colton kind of mentioned earlier, we've pulled some wellness program information from Blue Cross that might be available. And we're also working, we have some own things in our library, statistics, data, information, and going to run some possible cost scenarios and, put that together. That will be coming out shortly for review by those committees.
Do you have any more questions for Sequoia Group? Hearing none. Tim, Kelly, Colton, I appreciate y'all coming in tonight and give us an update and keeping us on our trends. I appreciate it.
Okay, everybody have a great Thanksgiving.
You too. Thank you.
You too, guys.
Hope you stay safe.
Okay, next item on the agenda is resolutions. We'll start with Resolution A, which is consideration of resolution accepting TDOT proposal to construct a bridge spanning Gap Creek on Gap Creek Road. Attorney Harden.
Yeah, I think you pretty much covered it there. The first resolution is simply approving a TDOT proposal. Roger may be able to explain it a little more than me if needed, but frankly, I believe it's no cost to the county. This is just permission for them to begin the process and start their right-of-way acquisition.
Motion to approve Mark Blevins, 1st District.
Second, Aaron Frazier, 7th District.
We have a motion by Mr. Blevins, second by Mr. Frazier. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
I'm just curious on the location of the bridge.
Mr. Cobal.
It's I guess west of west of Bob Little Road at the churches there. There's a bridge that the parapet on the side of it fell off into the creek. It's which church?
Springs Church.
I think it's between Big Spur, is it right above True Gospel, isn't it?
Yeah, it's True Gospel there. It's Big Springs Road and Bob Little Road. In between those, it is a state aid project that's fully funded through TDOT, and it is one of the bridges that TDOT is doing themselves instead of letting the county handle that. The county highway department. It's set up the same way that Spalding Bridge is over the big bridge that they're working on. Also, the state's working on it. Probably in a few months or maybe by the spring, you guys will have to vote on Spalding Road Bridge too, because it's about in the same level of work. Both of these bridges knowing TDOT, it would probably be let for construction in 2022. We're probably still looking that long for it, but it is a state aid bridge, 100% funded by the state, by TDOT, and and they're handling all the engineering and buying the right of way and everything.
All right, thank you, Roger.
You're welcome.
Any more discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell. Mark Blevins.
Yes.
Robert A. Cuff.
Yes.
Nancy Brown.
Yes.
Mike Hill.
Yes.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Tester.
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon.
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes.
Jerry Prophet.
Yes.
Austin James.
Yes.
Ross Garland.
Yes.
Layla Ward.
Yes.
Ginger Holdren.
Yes.
Randall Jenkins. Randall Jenkins. Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sandra Culler,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item is a consideration of resolution honoring the lives of J.N. Taylor and Freeman K. Taylor.
I make a motion to accept. Thanks,
Second,
Brown.
Frazier.
Middle District 2.
A motion by Ms. Brown, second by Mr. Hill. Any discussion? Of course, I guess Attorney Harden needs to, do you need to say anything, Attorney Harden?
No, if no one wants me to read it, it's fine. And this is a county road, so it doesn't require any state approval of any kind. So once, I think the bridge is still under construction, so if this passes, the bridge is completed, they can erect the sign.
Commissioner Hill, or Chairman Hill, Acuff.
Sir, Mr. Acuff.
Since Freeman Taylor is a neighbor of mine, I would like the county attorney to read this into the record so that the public can not only have access, but those online will be able to also hear.
Absolutely. Attorney Harden, would you care to read the resolution, please?
Certainly. This is a resolution honoring the lives of John Nathan J.N. Taylor and Freeman Kenneth Taylor, and designating the bridge spanning Stony Creek on Hodge Branch Road in the Stony Creek community of Carter County as the J.N. Taylor and Freeman K. Taylor Memorial Bridge. Whereas John Nathan J.N. Taylor was born to Henry and I think it's Dosia Richardson Taylor on August 2nd, 1919, and passed away on January 21st, 2007 at the age of 87 years. Whereas Mr. J.N. Taylor served in the United States Army during World War II in Company B, 1636th Engineer Construction Battalion. Whereas Mr. J.N. Taylor was the owner-operator of J.N. Taylor Grocery Store in the Sadie community of Carter County for more than 50 years. Whereas Freeman Kenneth Taylor was born to General Jackson, G.J., and Goldie Taylor on November 2nd, 1932, passed away on September 19, 2020 at the age of 87 years. Whereas Mr. Freeman Taylor was the owner-operator of the local businesses Quick Cleaners and Grady's Dry Cleaning for many years. Whereas both gentlemen were prominent citizens of Carter County, having been successful businessmen, farmers, active and supportive members of their communities, and long-serving members of Moore's Chapel Free Will Baptist Church. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners for Carter County would now like to formally recognize the lives of John Nathan J.N. Taylor and Freeman Kenneth Taylor by adopting this resolution in their honor, officially designating the bridge spanning Stony Creek on Hodge Branch Road in the Stony Creek community of Carter County as the J.N. Taylor and Freeman K. Taylor Memorial Bridge. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners for Carter County, Tennessee, meeting in regular session on this the 16th day of November, 2020, with a lawful quorum of said board being present, the majority voting in the affirmative as follows. Number one, Board of County Commissioners for Carter County, Tennessee hereby adopts this resolution honoring the lives of John Nathan J.N. Taylor and Freeman Kenneth Taylor. And number two, the Board of County Commissioners for Carter County, Tennessee hereby officially designates the bridge spanning Stony Creek on Hodge Branch Road in Stony Creek community of Carter County as the J.N. Taylor and Freeman K. Taylor Memorial Bridge, and directs that said bridge shall always bear the names, regardless of the future necessity for replacement of the bridge. This resolution will take effect from and after the date of its approval. The welfare of the county demanding, and all resolutions of the Board of County Commissioners which are in conflict with this resolution are repealed.
Thank you, Attorney Harden.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Acuff. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Billy Campbell.
Aye.
Mark Blevins.
Aye.
Robert Acuff.
Yes.
Nancy Brown. Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
For Matt Taylor and the entire family, yes.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Tester.
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon.
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes.
Jerry Prophet.
All right.
Austin James.
Yes.
Ross Garland.
Yes.
Layla Ward.
Yes.
Ginger Holdren.
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonia Culler,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
all ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item is consideration of resolution in support of Drug Dealer Liability Act lawsuit. Attorney Harden.
Yes, sir. This resolution was requested by District Attorney Kenneth Baldwin for the First Judicial District. Essentially, this is the litigation that was brought by the District Attorneys General of the First, Second, and Third Judicial Districts pursuant to this criminal statute, the Drug Dealer Liability Act. It's regarding the opioid pandemic, I guess you want to call it, that this lawsuit was initiated a few years back. We did not necessarily authorize it, and it's not the separate civil litigation that was presented to the county. But Mr. Baldwin has apparently been receiving some communication that the state attorney general is trying to work around and potentially settle the lawsuit in some other way than what he has desired. And so he's asked for the county's support by passing this resolution.
Motion to approve, Mike Hill, District 2.
Second,
Motion-
Nancy Brown.
Motion by Mr. Hill, second by Ms. Brown. Any discussion?
Let me ask the attorney, did we not turn this down at one time in a vote?
No, sir. That was the separate civil litigation that was going to be filed by Tom Jesse and his group. This is a lawsuit that was brought by the attorneys general for the judicial district, so, and the second and third as well. So this wasn't something that was presented to us. It's pursued under a criminal statute through them, and it is seeking ultimately a remedy that would benefit all the counties. But no, this isn't the one that we declined to participate in.
The reason I asked this question is in the third whereas the Board of County Commissioners for Carter County desires to express its support. That's what we're expressing for the lawsuit filed in its behalf. It wasn't filed in our behalf, was it?
Yes, sir. It was filed by the district attorney general who was elected.
But we turned it down in a vote.
Yeah, and so they filed it on our behalf, not necessarily with our approval, and now they're asking for us to bless it essentially.
Well,
so it's not settled in a different way.
We have no financial obligation.
Correct. Only a hope to recover.
Any further discussion?
Question, Josh. In some of the wording in the resolution, it determines illegal sale, illegal distribution, et cetera. What is the level of scrutiny applied to that?
I don't know if I understand your question or not. Essentially, the lawsuit itself is alleging that the opioid distribution by these drug manufacturers has led to this illegal activity and these convictions that have already occurred. It's not something that hasn't been adjudicated already. So essentially, they're linking already adjudicated criminal activity to past distribution of opioids, and that's the whole basis for the lawsuit.
Okay, so this is not going to go in and affect doctors that have issued prescriptions in the past. This is specifically aimed at the manufacturers.
This particular litigation is aimed at the manufacturers, the best I can recall. Like I said, it's been 3 years ago when it all was done, but I don't recall it specifically addressing physicians. I believe it's a more macro view of the actual drug companies. The one that was being pursued by Tom Jesse that came and presented to the commission was specifically directed at physicians, and I think that was one of the reasons the commission didn't necessarily agree with that approach.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell, Mark Bevins,
Aye.
Robert Echo,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Hattie Woodby,
Yes.
Randy Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Terry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sandra Collar,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item is consideration of resolution adopting animal control regulations. Attorney Harden.
Yes, sir. Okay, so this resolution is being revived somewhat for the third time, I think, since I've been around. And essentially what it would do is under the powers of the county commission, we can adopt, or you all can adopt, certain regulations regulating activities. One of those is the regulation of animals and things that are declared public nuisances. This power used to be only relegated to cities who could adopt it through ordinances. But in 1998, the legislature granted power to counties, and it was clarified in 2003 for counties to adopt specific regulations that are only applicable in non-incorporated portions of the county. So this cannot control activity in the city limits, and they would have to be separately adopted in the city of Elizabethton if they were going to do that. But essentially the resolution incorporates I think it's 14-page document that is the actual animal control regulations. And those spell out what the actual violations would be, what the regulations are. And this is a civil remedy only. So if you adopt this, you're adopting these regulations as a civil penalty. And the idea, I believe, is that an animal control officer or officers would be employed at the animal shelter. They would be able to write citations for people to pay a fine not to exceed $50 for each violation for the violations of the regulations you adopt. And if they fail, there's a court date. But essentially, this is a civil remedy only. It's a judgment for money. It is not a criminal penalty. And it is not anything that can be enforced beyond a fine. But anyway, the regulations themselves are pretty much a mirror of existing state law, but instead of going through a criminal prosecution, it allows a citation and a fine.
Attorney Harden, Brad Johnson.
Yes, sir.
In those, which are good regulations when I read through and everything, in it, even though it is a civil action, it still also states in there a failure to recognize the citation that you could be held in contempt and incarcerated. That don't sound civil to me. I mean, over 30 years of law enforcement, I think I have put one person incarcerated for any civil action.
Right.
So now we're going to do it on animals.
Well, that is in there, and it says in the discretion of the judge. Of course, the typical remedy in that case would be a fine, would be a civil judgment. You get a civil judgment. If they don't show up, you get a default judgment for the fine amount. That's just in there as it's within the judge's discretion. Obviously, it would be my feeling that would be an extremely rare penalty for contempt for failure to appear on something like this. I think it would have to be like a subsequent appearance or some action that the person took in the courtroom. Frankly, I think the ultimate remedy with this is a civil judgment.
Okay, I also thought that, and they may have abolished it, but I thought any time that, other than the whole state or the state as a whole, has new laws, just like this for our jurisdiction, Carter County only, that it had to go through by private acts.
No, sir. That used to be true. That's kind of what I was talking about a little bit there with this new authority they introduced for counties. Like I said, it started in 98, clarified in 03, but it doesn't require any further approvals from anyone other than this body. And you can adopt these regulations. Certainly they can be challenged and people can appeal any kind of fine they receive up to court, up to Circuit or Chancery Court. But no, it doesn't require private act, any legislature approval. The legislature has given blanket authority to counties to enact essentially what cities have always been able to do by ordinance.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Culler.
I'd like to make the motion to adopt.
Motion by Ms. Culler,
I'll second that. Mike Hill, District 2.
second by Mr. Hill. Discussion.
I'd just like to say, Nancy Brown, 2nd District, this has been one heated debate, and I've been to several meetings where people was really heated over this, and they've been a lot more people move into the county now. And if you get a neighbor that is mad because your dog's barking, it's going to be issues. And I think y'all need to consider this and take it into consideration on these people, because this is ridiculous. Some of these laws are crazy, and I won't endorse it myself. So, I mean, I'm sure yous are going to hear from this.
Mr. Chairman, Mark
Yes,
Blevins.
Mr. Blevins, you're.
I have had several calls. I won't say several, I'll say dozens of calls from people in my district and people outside of my district concerning these new laws. And every one of them has been against it. Not one call have I got for this. I think myself that they're overstepping their bounds. I think Miss Pelosi is extremely overstepping her bounds on this. I won't support it, no way or no form. So that's all I've got to say about it.
Thank you, Mr. Blevins.
ACUF, 1st District. A couple of questions for the county attorney, please, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Acuff, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. Josh, these are already existing state laws, are they not?
Yes, I was reading through it again tonight, and I don't believe there's anything in here that is not already covered by an existing state law.
So we have added nothing of a burden to our county constituents that is not already state law.
No, not. I do not believe so. Like I said, it essentially just takes it from a prosecution by a law enforcement officer to an animal control officer who's an unsworn person being able to write a citation and fine.
So if we do not pass these, it gives no authority to animal control officers if they're under the aegis of the animal shelter. Thereby, we would need to make sure that the animal control stays in the sheriff's office.
Right. I mean, essentially, they could obviously pick up stray dogs or something, but there would be no penalty attached to it in any way if we had an animal control officer who didn't have any authority to issue any kind of citation.
Right, because it would seem unlikely that someone could be an effective animal control officer without some authority of the law behind them.
Right. I mean, essentially, they would just have to respond to all these calls, and if they felt like there was a law enforcement, aspect required, they would have to call, I guess, the law enforcement. However they set that up, they would have to get an officer there to take any action other than simply, picking up an unsecured stray dog, pretty much.
Right. Well, we have been without, and Shannon Posada, Director Posada can certainly comment on this, but those of us on the Animal Shelter Board know that we've been without animal control officers because there is if you will, a revolving door at the sheriff's department. They do not have enough folks down there to cover everything that they need to do. So animal control gets the back seat. So, and unless we can come up with another way, I see no reason if we don't pass these laws, and even though the animal shelter doesn't benefit monetarily directly, they will go to the general fund. And I know every commissioner that thinks we're not doing enough to control the costs or cap the costs at the shelter, this would be one item that we could point to and say, we are actually collecting fees and fines because of violations. Would you agree with that, sir?
I guess you're asking me. Certainly, the way this resolution is written, actually, the way the regulations are written, is that the fines would accrue to the animal shelter. Now, I don't know the logistics of that through finance or how Brad Burke may set that up. Maybe they go into the general fund and then roll out in a lump or something. But the way this is written, which I believe we can do, is that the actual fines generated are accrued to the animal shelter. Of course, any court costs or anything like that would have to go through the clerk's office and be collected in the same way as anything else. But this is, like I said, just a civil remedy. At the end of the day, no matter how guilty someone is and no matter how many fines we put on them, if they don't pay, I mean, essentially you have to pursue collection as you would any civil judgment. So it's definitely not a magic bullet, and we're not going to just, set a trash can out and collect piles of money. But it is a civil judgment, and it's kind of a intermediate step in between, full out prosecution under criminal law and nothing. If you want to have an intermediate step, that is this.
Okay. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. James.
Attorney Harden, could you walk us through the steps of how this would work if we have a animal control officer write a citation? What's the steps after that point in time?
Well, my understanding, like I said, we could certainly model it as others have, and my understanding is a call would be made, I guess, through 911, and if it's an animal call, they would dispatch the animal control officer. They would go on scene, and let's say, for example, it's a dog running it loose, running at large, and they're able to secure the animal and locate the owner. They can then write that owner a citation, presumably in some sort of duplicate, triplicate form, that would have a preset court date, General Sessions Court, once a month, most likely a court date. They would be given that citation and advised of the court date and the ability to pay the fine and not have to appear in court. If they pay the fine, the case is closed. If they do not, they would have to appear in court and it would have to be prosecuted there. They would have a right to a hearing, a right to have the violation alleged against them proven. And if it is proven, the judge orders it, then we win the case and there's a fine. And like I said, the way it's set up now, the fine portion would accrue to the animal shelter. Any kind of court costs or anything like that would have to be accrued in the court through the clerk's office.
I guess my question, to put it a little more, is who prosecutes these people? Who's going to be on the behalf of our side?
Well, I would, at the first level, it'd be the animal control officer. If there's an actual trial or hearing needed, at the end of the day, I'm responsible for prosecuting.
So we're responsible for paying you for that service, correct?
Of course.
All right. So I guess what I'm getting at is if this person refuses to pay the citation and we go to court, this can actually dig us a deeper hole than we could lose money, I guess, essentially, than making money. Is that a possibility that you see that?
Yes, sir. It's the same way with the litter violations. I mean, those, all we can do is seek judgments, and it costs money to get them, and you can't always collect them.
Attorney Harden, Isaiah Brownstaff.
Yes, sir.
What's going to be the court costs on these violations?
Yeah,
that's a fact. I don't know. Like I said, it would in most civil cases where you're filing a lawsuit against someone, of course, there's a preset there's a preset filing fee that incorporates the court costs.
Cost would be $161.50. Court cost is $160, $150 for that.
$200 for a stray dog. Okie dokie.
Sounds to me like we're putting more burden on people that's got the dogs, the taxpayers of Carter County.
Mr. Hart.
Yes, sir.
Jerry Prophet, District 4. Okay, consider you have the court cost plus fine, you got around $200+. And is it a necessity that a animal, well, is there a designated deputy that will be responsible for going out and rounding up these stray animals, dogs, whatever? It's my assumption that the county has not got one of these right now. So would that nullify the capabilities of the sheriff's department to uphold this new law? That makes any sense.
No, sir. Well, I think the proposal under this is that they were going to hire separate animal control officers who did all this, and the sheriff's office wasn't going to be involved anymore unless there was a criminal case to be pursued. And of course, they would have to be. But nothing in this prevents the sheriff's office or any of those folks can still pursue any charges they want. They don't have to issue citations. They can pursue it as they always had. This is just an extra, I guess, ability given to folks who aren't sworn law enforcement officers to pursue it in a different way. So it doesn't curtail any authority the sheriff or the sheriff's office deputies or law enforcement officers in the city have now. It just gives additional folks authority to issue a citation.
Mr. Harden.
Yes.
Mark Blevins, First District. What are they going to do if you call them and they come out in your neighborhood, like where I live at, for example? I'd say there's 25 or 30 cats running around. Who are they going to find over them cats? They won't even come pick them up.
Well, that is true. You'd have to locate an owner to issue a citation. We can't pin it to the cat. I don't think they would come to court. So you definitely have to locate the owner. If it's a stray animal, maybe of no benefit whatsoever. If it's a repeat offender who lets their dog run loose once a week, obviously it'd be pretty easy and may be effective. And a fine may do something to curtail that. But you're not going to be able to fine anybody without ascertaining who the owner of the animal is.
Well, are they going to take the cat away? They ain't so far.
Yeah, it's possible. Like there's certain hold periods by state law. If folks don't claim their cat or dog and pay the impound fee and the shelter fee for each day they're there, then certainly they can adopt them out or I guess dispose of them by other means if the county ever moved to that avenue.
They got to get them down. They got to pick them up before they can do anything with them. My point is, they won't pick them up.
Chairman Mike Hill, District 2.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hill.
I would just like to commend the author of this document for improving vastly over what was presented to Law Enforcement Committee some months ago. The definitions are clearly defined and located at the beginning of the document. Protections are in place for the agricultural enterprises and the institution of hunting and trapping, etc. And all the cray-cray stuff is left on the editing room floor where I think it would have landed if our meeting hadn't been sacked and we had been able to have the discussion in the first place. My final point would be that, in the question of stray cats and dogs, they are stray by nature. So there's probably not going to be anyone coming to collect them and pay any fines in that case. Otherwise, it will be up to the animal shelter as opposed to the sheriff's department, the way this is headed, because as I understand it, the effort is going to be to place animal control with the animal shelter and take it out of the sheriff's department. This is a good first step.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Mr.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Chairman.
Boncannon.
I'd like to make two questions to the counselor, and then I'd like to entertain a possible solution to the situation of enforcement. Since this was a joint resolution, has the city passed their version of this resolution yet?
No, sir.
Oh, they're a party to this.
Well, it's not a joint resolution at all. It's I drafted it. I mentioned the city in it, but of course it's about the county enforcement and the county regulations. As I said, they would have to adopt. I mean, they could essentially change the word regulation to ordinance and change Carter County to City of Elizabeth and adopt the same thing, and then no matter where the animal control officer is standing.
They haven't passed this yet. The city has not acted on this.
Absolutely not. No, sir.
They've not passed their version of the resolution.
I don't believe they've done anything since we got a first draft of this 2 or 3 years ago, and it was initially from Knoxville, Knox County, and to my knowledge, they haven't.
The solution I would like to offer, since it's very difficult to get one person, a control officer, to the site of a problem with an animal, by the time they got there, that dog is gone. But within the district, there's 2 constables, close at hand generally. If the sheriff would recognize that constables are law enforcement, we've got a solution right there. 2 people in each district, close to the scene of a problem. And I think the law enforcement committee ought to look into how these people can be used. They don't need to be just sitting out there looking good. They need to be doing something constructive, because right now they're sitting on the back burner somewhere.
Mr. Von Cannon, Mr. Estes just sent a message to everyone on chat. The city already has ordinances on animal control already on the books.
Right.
Yeah, they do in fact have some ordinances on animal control. I mean, they're not exactly these, of course, but they do have like a dog running loose and a nuisance, I think, dog barking or something. They do have some ordinances in place. I think for sake of clarity, if folks are going to be issuing citations for this, who are animal control officers and not city officers, it would make sense to me if they had the same playbook. No matter which side of the street they were standing on. But that's just my opinion.
Chairman Hill, Brad Johnson.
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson.
Couple things, and I have a question at the end of it. I just want to make everyone aware that we just got through in June adopting our new budget. And you know, the majority knows of what they went through, what we ended up with. For number one, at the end of the year, we came out with an unbalanced book of about $750,000. If you remember, we used the TCRS fund and our general fund to get the books to balance. Is that not correct, Mr. Budget Director? Hill? The next thing is, Attorney Harden also advised during the budget meeting that this is not a requirement by law by any form or fashion. But if you go into it, you either have to go whole hog or none. Now, Ms. Posada, which does a great job, and her organization right now identify to start out with one and a high full-time employee, or a full-time and a part-time employee. But in this employment, the full-time employees at 50,000, and in fact included all of the all the overhead, insurance costs, everything that we're responsible for. That means their wages are going to be extremely low. And the other thing on that, it does not address any form or fashion the qualification of a certified animal control officer, whether he's going to be armed or if she is going to be armed. or any training necessary, because if you have authority that's stated in these regulations, then you better have quite a bit of training. So I don't think it should be adopted as say until the animal control officer cannot execute that job until state certification, which means that they're teaching, if they know how to handle the calls, and if they have weapons that they are certified by post in this state. And then two, if you don't have that, that means your liability for the county runs exceptionally high. So if you adopt the one this policy, that means you now have added on more reoccurring costs for this next budget year. Now we're already $750,000 in the hole, because you paid it off just to get us through last year. So this goes on in addition to it. So when you're voting, think about where it's going to come from, and the only place we got revenue like that is our taxpayers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Chairman Hill.
Yes, sir, Mr. Tester.
I'm not saying we don't need something, and I'm not saying the animal shelter does not need a officer. I'm saying there's some stuff in here that really give me heartburn. One is we're still a rural county, basically a lot, and people have dogs running over on other neighbors' dogs and, cats and whatever. And Miss Brown touched on something. If somebody gets mad at somebody and they pick the other one's dog up or whatever, it says if any dog or cat not wearing a vaccination tag or identification, the animal may be adopted or destroyed unless picked up in 3 days. Well, that's imposing other regulations and stuff on our citizens. It's adding more government on our citizens than we already have. And I personally, I'm for smaller government, not more. So that's all I have to say. And thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tester.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Acuff, are you still on there?
Oh, yeah, I'm right here.
I want to ask you something. We've got a resolution, and then we've got a list of rules that's been made up, which you say they're by the law, which I'm sure they are. But if you remember back, I believe you might have been out of town. We had this courtroom filled with hunters.
Not just hunters.
Not hunters only, but people with house dogs and everything else. And the street was out there about half full. And most of this stuff that's on here now is the same thing that was on there when they had this courtroom packed.
Exactly. Yes, it is.
And Nancy remembers it too, because they was holding up signs and ready to fight.
Yes, they was.
And I'm telling you now, we can do what we want to, but this is going to get us in more trouble, I believe, than what we think.
Yeah, I know it will, but they were mad.
And I'm sure you've spent a lot of time, and I'm sure that, all of you in South. But, like you said, it's hard to go out here and run down 5 dogs in one hole somewhere, But nothing's really changed on this.
Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Collins.
Okay, these are already state laws. So
We do that.
I'm not sure why they keep saying that there's something different on here, because they're already state laws. So I'm not clear how they didn't read through it all the way, or
They don't know that.
whatever, but I mean, these are not new laws. These are just state laws that we're just trying to enforce.
Kelly, we know what it says, and you do too. But you go try to tell your people in that district what this means. And
I'll tell you what,
you're going to get in trouble.
I had several calls from people from your district.
Exactly.
After I explained it to them, they were fine with it.
Well, not the ones I
had
found.
5 people from your district to call me.
Not
And
the ones
after
that
I
were
explained to them,
not the ones that were gathered in my yard about 4 weeks ago. They seen me out there in the yard, and they was gathered out in the front yard.
Well, did you explain it to them properly?
I told them, I said, this is
Point of
state
order.
laws. but they don't understand, and it's
We have a
hard to
point
get
of
them.
order.
They think that you're trying to take their dogs away from them.
Well, then you need to explain to them that we're not.
It's hard to explain this
Point
to
of
them.
order
We have a
again.
point of order, please.
Point of order. Motion
That's
to cease discussion.
never been the case. Never.
Motion to cease discussion.
You're
Motion
not
to cease
the
discussion.
person, Blevins.
Second by Mr. Profit. Madam Clerk, call the roll. This is in discussion.
Willie Campbell,
No.
Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
No.
Nancy Brown,
Is this just to cease the discussion on this?
Yes, Ms. Brown.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, yes, yes on me.
you want to change yours, Willie? Mike Hill,
No.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
I think we've covered the bases pretty good. Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
No.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
No.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
No.
Sandra Color,
No.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
No.
What did she say? No.
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 Kelly Collins,
No.
Thomas Prophet,
No.
What was Willie's vote?
No.
no, we can change it to yes.
Or change it as yes, sorry.
14 yeses, 9 noes.
What was that vote tally again, Madam Clerk?
14 yes, 9 no.
Discussion has ended. So now we vote. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Oh.
Yeah, it takes 2/3 vote to end discussion.
Oh,
You only
sorry.
got 14, you need 16.
Sorry about that. All right, we're still in discussion.
Mr. Chair, Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes, sir, Mr. Grindstaff.
I have a couple of questions for Attorney Harden.
Yes, sir.
County Attorney, what would, I'm not so much upset about some of these rules and regulations as they're written, because they are, most of them, if they're not county policy for the animal shelter, they are backed by state law. What I have some heartburn over is finding somebody up to 200, close to $200 for court costs, and then the fine of up to 50. What can be done about the court costs? Is that something, do we have any control over that, where we could set a special court cost in conjunction with the judge and the court clerk?
Yeah, that's a question I can't answer. Like I said, I've not seen this actually in action. I think Washington County does something similar, but by law, by state law, the authority and jurisdiction is vested in Sessions Court to hear this. And if it actually, they would have the option, obviously, of avoiding the court costs if they paid the fine. But of course, it's like, you're admitting guilt without a chance to be heard. But to my knowledge, any day in court is going to require court costs to be paid by somebody. So if the county didn't pay it, the only place to get it is on to the violator.
Did you say that if they paid the citation, that they would avoid court costs?
I think so. I think if you pay the fine, yeah, there's not an actual court appearance required and they don't have to pay the court costs. I think it's similar to the way like a speeding ticket works, to my knowledge.
Disagree on that. Very hard, in my past dealings with law enforcement, it seems mandatory whether you appear in court or not, you're going to pay court costs on anything.
That's
Found guilty.
correct. And just letting everybody aware of the court process. If we issue a citation that has a court date on it, we have to generate that through Sessions Court because the clerk's office does have to prepare dockets for those days. And if an individual pays the citation before the court date, you also have to communicate with the clerk's office to let them know so they can pull that citation off of the docket. But regardless of whether they pay or not pay or whether they appear in court, court cost is always assessed, no matter what, because you are still using the clerk's time to prepare the docket. You're still processing a ticket through the clerk's office. They're generating the dockets. The judge will still call that ticket up and then dismiss it based upon it being paid. So the process is the same as the speeding ticket. So speeding tickets, you pay the court costs whether or not you show up in court or not. The only way to alleviate the court costs is if the judge dismisses the court costs and assesses fine only.
True.
Okay.
There's no way around that.
So maybe it's possible the judge could dismiss costs on those that are all prepaid. I don't know. That'd be up to him, but never had speeding tickets, so I guess I don't know how it works.
Yeah, you pay the court costs regardless of whether you come to court or whether unless you get and prove your case and it's dismissed, then he does not assess any court costs to you.
Okay.
All right, and then I had just one more question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, Mr. Gressler.
What would preclude, most of these are misdemeanors that you're seeing. So what would preclude them from being able, an animal control officer, from being able to go to the clerk's office to take out a misdemeanor charge for animals running at large or something of that nature without having to go through the citation side of this?
I guess you could do that. I don't, that's always been an option. I mean, we could, I could ride around and put a Carter County sticker on my car and take people to court all day too, but I don't think it's a good idea. And I don't think we'll have much of that happening. But you could do that. Essentially, they would be charging people with crimes and it'd be in General Sessions Court. And they would be prosecuting themselves, and you could do it that way. I'm not saying you couldn't, but it would be obviously for a, in my opinion, a much harsher outcome. If
you would also lose the option to pay the citation up front, because if you process a criminal summons, then you are taking upon the district attorney as is representing the county. So you cannot dismiss those. That is an automatic court appearance. You can't walk in and pay those upon being served. That's a different ball game when you go to the criminal versus the civil arena. Civil arena, you can pay anytime and you can do the civil tickets or the citations that way. But when you process a criminal summons on somebody, you're going to court regardless. And then if you don't show up, that is a failure to appear and you do go to jail. So that's the differences we're looking at in these two courts. There's a lot of different things at play wherever you process these at.
So what would be the threshold of which point where we would do that? I mean, we're allowing these individuals, whoever they may be, without any legal training. Hopefully, they're going to have quite a few months of legal training to be able to decipher some of this. What would be in some of these? What's the determining factor of, okay, I'm going to keep this a civil citation versus I'm actually going to make this some sort of potential criminal penalty? And who gets to decide that?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, that's the decision that's going to have to be made by the officers and whoever they are and however they're trained. And my opinion on it, and keep in mind, I feel like I'm kind of on the hot seat with these things. These ain't my ideas. I'm simply drafting a legal form of what I was asked to draft. But in any event, I think it's up to that officer who responds. And in my opinion, if there's going to be any criminal charge whatsoever, I think law enforcement needs to be involved and do it, never these people. That's my opinion. Yes, state law allows me to go arrest somebody technically and charge them with crime. I'm not going to do it. I don't think we should allow non-sworn individuals to be charging people with crimes under any circumstance wearing a county uniform. That's my opinion. I think their duties should be restricted to writing civil citations for minor things. I mean, you're not going to go out on an animal cruelty charge and write somebody a $50 ticket. That needs to be prosecuted. They need to be charged criminally. I mean, in my opinion, this should be more utilized in things like dogs running it loose or nuisance type calls. That's my personal opinion.
We did not notify citizens arrest.
And Josh, just to make the commission aware, and they may not be aware that the community, anybody in the community can come to the clerk's office and file a civil summons and prosecute someone for dogs running at large. You know, someone's dog has bit another dog, and they can also receive restitution for any kind of medical that was incurred upon them. That is an option for the citizens of Carter County. They can prosecute their own cases.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bailey.
I got a question for Mr. Harden. All right, let's sit and say I've got a dog and the animal control officer comes, picks it up or has to put it down or something. I decide to sue the officer. Is that the officer? Let's sit and say I don't think what they done was right. Do I hold the county responsible, or the animal control officer, or the animal shelter? Because if it's civil, it should be able to go the other direction.
All three.
Yeah, anybody who's employed by Carter County acting within the scope of their employment, the county's on the hook for their behavior, unless it's just grossly negligent or intentional. I mean, those are the things that kind of get you out of the employer-employee relationship. But if we're training folks and putting a shirt on them that says Carter County Animal Control and they're going to calls, they're an agent of Carter County, and yes, Carter County is responsible for their actions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Anyone else?
Chairman Hill. Brandon.
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson.
Just a couple items. Everybody has to understand that the citizen still has the right to go to the courthouse and receive or to request for their own criminal summons, or if it is serious enough, for an arrest warrant. Now, I know they're criminal summons now. That does not exempt that. Now, during the budget hearing, the statement was made that was included a case where a dog had bitten a member of their family. Well, it kind of makes me lose heart when I know how many weapons are in this county. And I know that if you feel in danger, and this attorney can chime in, if you feel in danger and you've been attacked, there's no need for an animal control officer because dog is gone.
Your finger. Dog gone.
And it's actually covered under Tennessee state law that you can protect yourself even from an animal.
That's exactly right.
Or spouse.
Chairman, can we hear from anybody that hasn't spoken on this yet? Could that be possible?
Yes, anybody who hasn't spoken would like to speak.
Chairman Hill, I'd like to say something.
Yes, sir, yes, ma'am, Ms. McCamey.
I'm just sitting back and kind of listening because for years now, we all know that I've gotten up at commissioner meeting after commissioner meeting asking for help. And I would like to point out that I am one of the people out here when animal control doesn't go out. I even got a call today while I'm at work because there's a dog that nobody knows what to do with. So I'm on the other end of this, and I just want to say right now there's nobody doing anything. Shannon doesn't have control at the animal shelter right now, and Dexter's told us all that he's not going to do it. So if you sit back and say you're not willing to help, put an officer over there that can be trained to do it the correct way, then I just want to know what you're going to do to help, because I'm about to retire. I can't do a full-time teaching job with COVID hours that I'm keeping and do animal rescue, including animal control. So it really frustrates me when I sit here and listen some of you say things. I've actually helped some of you myself. You know it. There's 3 of you. I've actually helped more than 3. And so it frustrates me to think that we're just going to make judgment when we're not willing to step up. This is your chance to step up. This is what needs to take place to get us in the right direction. It may not be perfect, but when you sit here and try to use hunting dogs as an excuse, we learned a long time ago that was made up. Somebody got those hunters riled up because you didn't tell the truth. We have got to get some laws. We are made fun of. Tennessee is made fun of for our laws. It's bad enough as it is. There shouldn't be all these animals. There shouldn't be all these cats. If we had spay and neuter laws, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now. I have a lady I'm dealing with out of Abingdon, Virginia, that moved from Colorado that said she couldn't believe the laws around here. She said, in Colorado, you don't have this happening because there's laws. And we have a lot of people thinking, not willing to think outside the box. How can we make it right? We would save a lot of money if we didn't have feral cats. Well, you know how we don't have feral cats? We don't let them be born. So I think we need to stop and think for a minute. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. McCamey. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. James.
I do believe Ms. McCamey does make a valid point about thinking for a minute, and I don't think this will be a terrible thing to defer till next month's agenda and have time for everybody to process it and talk to more people in their districts and get the true information out and think about it.
Thank you, Mr. James.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Posada.
So I just want to let everyone know that I agree with Ms. McCamey. I agree with Dr. Acuff. Before the draft that was sent out was a draft, we were still throwing around ideas with our board, and that became out in the public, and it was a big blow up. And yes, believe me, I was right there in the midst of it in a county commission meeting when they came outside after me. And so I went down the hallway and I spoke with them individually. 90% of them that left understood what we were trying to do. Okay, when rabies is a state law, and I get a phone call that a child has been bitten and had reconstructive surgery on the face and had to undergo these rabies vaccinations, I'm not happy. I'm not proud of how that these animals are allowed to be running at large. And that's the only thing that we're trying to start is to the state laws there. We just want to enforce the state law. That doesn't mean that we're coming after your hunting dogs. Where in the world am I going to put everyone's hunting dogs? I don't have space for it. If a 911 call doesn't go in, I'll never be on your property, or the animal control will never be on your property. As far as the citations, there's not going to be a citation if you pay the penalty. And the penalty is if your dog's running at large the first time, it's a $15 fee. The second time is 20 or 25. We've not set the fees yet because we didn't know that this was going to pass. So everybody is getting on a larger scale when it's very simple. If you just sit and read what's in front of you, just comprehend what you're reading. This is not rocket science by any way. Okay. So if your dog comes the third time to the shelter, we have the right to say this is shelter property, or you're going to pay $50 to get it back. Okay. We don't have any control of anything out there unless it becomes shelter property. That's the only thing that we have any control over is shelter property. We have to hold your dog. We don't have to. The state law says we hold your cat or dog for 72 hours. Our board members have agreed that we hold them for 7 days, giving the owner an option to pay the penalty, pay the reclaimed owner fee, or even fine the owner. Some animals that we know and owners out there will hold for 10 days. We try to be as fair as we can to our community. Are we going to price our community out and not be able to keep your animals? No. Why would we do that? This is not that we are trying to work against the community, but you all need to set in our shoes and hear the phone calls that comes in when this owner has been attacked, or this child has been attacked, or your dog killed my dog. People crying on the other end. Imagine if it was your dog. I mean, take it to heart and take it as it was your own personal child or your own personal animal. That's all I'm asking you to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Posada.
Chairman,
Yes, sir, Mr. James.
I just have one other problem with this resolution, where Attorney Arden had brought forward. You know, he said that it stipulates in there that the fees go back to the animal shelter as of right now. You know, I mean, no, I don't think any other department we have any of the fees collected. I definitely know planning, because we've had this discussion over and over. It all fills back to the general fund. So if I can get a better understanding of, was there a specific reason the resolution was wrote that way, or was it just happened to have been typed that way, or what was the understanding behind that?
The understanding is that's what I was asked to do, and I think it can legally be done. That's the answer with the whole thing, as that's what I was given to do. Like I said, these aren't my original thoughts. These are tailored off of existing state law and what specifically Knox County has done. And that's the request I was given, just like any resolution I prepare, somebody asks me to, and if it's legal, I do it. So that's the reason why it says the fees go back to the animal shelter.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Burke.
I'd like to address a question in regards to the fines. Any fines would go back to the general fund as general revenue unless the commission took action to restrict those funds specifically for the animal shelter. And if they are restricted by action, it will be carried forward any unspent funds from one year to the next. Otherwise, there will be general revenue.
Is there any department head or anything under such guidelines of where it returns back to? I don't have memory of it, where it goes back into their regular budgets.
There are some currently some court costs that are legally restricted by the state. Counties are required to restrict these funds, such as the archive and record management fees, the data processing fees for the court clerks and the sheriff, the litigation tax for the jail and courthouse. There are probably in the general fund probably 12 or so that are restricted, but those are due to state laws. There are others that are committed or assigned by the county commission, such as sale of equipment by the sheriff's department, commissary sales, telephone commissions. But the commission took action to designate those for the sheriff's department.
Director Posada, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
I've tried to read through these rules and regulations, and there's a lot of information in there. I have an issue, and you can maybe address this when it comes to farmers. You know, cows get out all the time. I see them on my road all the time when I'm taking my kids to school, and they just break through the fence. And you know, I do know 911 gets calls all the time, I believe, about saying somebody's cow's out, somebody's horses got out, and that would bother me to know that somebody's gonna get fined for that. Is that the way I understand that?
So cows, horses, equines, anything like that goes through the agriculture department. As far as I'm aware, the sheriff's department responds. They try to find the owner. Everybody knows whose cows is whose usually, or they'll put them back through a fence until the owner can be found. That's not I have no place to keep a horse or a cow. That's nothing to do with the animal shelter. That strictly goes, the officer will make the best judgment call, and that will go through the agriculture department.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
May I address the shelter director, please?
Yes, Mr. Prophet.
Regarding your last statements on control of these livestock that are loose or whatever, I think we kind of discussed this a while back about if there would be a person or a group of persons who would be authorized to shelter and retain this animal until the owner comes to pick these things up. Is that policy in effect, or is that something maybe in the future we could activate?
It's most definitely in the future. I do have people who have volunteered their property, their land, secure places for these said animals, as far as equine and cows, that can be secured at a location until an owner can be found. We don't have a place at the shelter, but I do have people who have volunteered a barn, a stall, or their private property with easy access, even in case of an emergency, a flooding situation on a farm or a tornado, anything like that. I do have people who have stepped up and said, hey, look, you can use my farm, you can use my stalls. It's secure. Of course, when it came to that, we would go out and look at the property to make sure it was secure before we'd put any animal on anyone's property.
Okay, have you documented any of these people who have volunteered their property to take care of these animals? Have you got any list of names of people that could and would be on call for this?
Yes, yes, sir, I do. I actually have someone who have taken a goat. I've actually had someone who's taken a duck from the city, just various animals that the shelter cannot take. So yes, I do have people with farms who've taken different animals for us that we could not find an owner for.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any more discussion?
Yes, Chairman Hill, I have a question for Attorney Harden.
Yes, Mr. Frazier.
Section 24. It should be unlawful for any person to knowingly hinder, resist, or oppose an animal control officer in the performance of his duties. What laws are in play in that?
There wouldn't be a specific authority for them to cite somebody for that. I mean, they would have to basically file their own, as was talked about earlier, they'd have to file their own, assault warrant or something like that. But there is no authority to cite someone by them for not following their duties. That would have to be something law enforcement did, or them taking out their own private warrant.
Interference with the duties of police officer.
They're not a police officer, though.
Well, then they shouldn't be out there according to what we're talking about. We need a certified animal control officer. They get certified to be a police officer. Correct?
Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Von Cannon.
There's a great deal of addressing of in the document concerning alleviating the fears of the public. However, well, for example, Section 3. If you look at that, Section 14F, Section 15B, and 24, though, was one just addressed. It shall be unlawful for any person to knowingly hinder or resist or oppose animal control officer performing his duty. If they come to get my border collie, they've got a problem. And that is the problem of this regulation.
In the regulation, it states that they can ask, and then if it's not given, then they would have to seek a warrant, and if they would have to show probable cause to get the warrant.
So they wouldn't be out there unless they had probable cause and the warrant, I'm assuming. It didn't matter. They would get my border collie.
All right. Any more questions?
Old spot was good.
Just to clarify, go ahead, Ms. Holden.
Is it possible to defer this? And because we've talked about it for I don't know how long, but it's getting late. We haven't had a break. And I still don't feel like I completely understand what happens if this, what happens if that. Does this animal control officer really have authority the way that we've got it set up currently? I still feel like there's a lot of things uncertain at this point. And I would like to commend the animal shelter and Robin McCamey. Both have helped me, and I appreciate both of them. So I do want to say that, but I have more questions than what I think can be answered in a timely manner tonight.
Ms. Holder, I think if you'd have to defer, you'd have to ask Ms. Culler and Mr. Hill, since they made the motion in second, if they would accept that defer.
Okay, I'm asking.
Ms. Culler, do you accept her deferment of the vote?
I'm not crazy about deferring it, but this discussion has gotten way overdrawn, and I think a lot of people need to step back and take a look. I'm not sure how she's going to get her answers, but I'd be willing to defer.
Okay, Mr. Hill?
I would hope that with my deferment, that these people would go over to the animal shelter and sit down and talk to Mr. Posada.
I don't concur. I think we take a vote and the county either wants to move forward with some sort of animal control or the county does not. I think that this has been coming up and being batted about and no good answer. And I think the document's pretty self-explanatory for all who read it. I also think that no animal control officer is going to be coming out unless a complaint is called in. So a lot of these questions are moot. I don't agree with deferring. I think we call the question and we take a vote and the chips fall where they fall.
Chairman Hill,
Yes, Mr. James.
did I understand, did Commissioner Culler withdraw her motion?
I did not withdraw my
She
motion.
did not.
I did say that I would defer if that's what.
I got you. Okay.
Chairman Hill, was there not a workshop that everyone could have gone to, and a lot of these questions were answered at that workshop? I think there was 5 of us there, maybe 6 that attended that workshop. So a lot of these questions were answered at that workshop if you could have made it.
Thank you.
With my second's comments, I will not defer.
Okay. So are we ready to vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Harden, just to be sure, I believe I read at the very end, it takes a 2/3 vote on this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. 2/3 would be 16.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell,
No.
Mark Blevins. Mark Blevins. Robert Acuff,
Sorry about that. No.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
No.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
No.
Bradley Johnson,
No.
Mark Tester,
No.
Charles Von Cannon,
No.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
No.
Jerry Prophet,
No.
Austin James,
No.
Ross Garland,
No.
Layla Ward, Layla Ward, Ginger Holdren,
No.
I'm sorry, no. Layla Ward.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
No.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Culler,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
No.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
got 15 no's, and 8 yeses.
Motion failed. Let's take a 10-minute recess. Come back at 8:17.
Hold on, baby.
It's been a long day too.
Ain't done yet.
I know.
You know, I can sympathize with
We
everybody.
can hear you all.
Well, good. Thank you.
Please mute your mics, please.
They can't have my border collie.
They're my python.
I could resign, but three of my commissioners won't let me.
listen, if they would have cleared this out of how much the fines was, and I would have went for it.
Mr. Bailey, you're
Gary,
mute.
you need to mute.
All righty, by my clock, it is 8:17. We'll go ahead and put this meeting back to order, and we'll go ahead and begin with the mayoral report by Interim Mayor Patty Woodby.
They're not all back yet, Travis.
Okay, give me just a second. Roll back in.
You gonna get them? Cold. I'm glad I wore a sweater. I'd be freezing to death.
Why would you turn the heat up a little bit?
Wish you would.
Okay, got my ears on.
We're back.
Where the wall go?
All back, Travis.
All right, Mayor Woodby,
Sounds
go
right.
ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Not a lot to update. Not much. We're still working on kind of the same projects as last month. Let's see. I do wanted to update the commission. I do have a meeting set up Wednesday with Dr. Bullock and Dean Blevins and Dr. McAbee, and also to discuss the collaboration on the CTE classes, and where we had talked about them having them located in one location. So that's set up for Wednesday here in the conference room. I'll have those here, and we'll kind of get a recap of what's going on and see if we can move a little further with those. If anybody hasn't noticed, the nice awning that was put up over at the courthouse annex, that was put up all through the sidewalks to house and help the COVID procedures, where people are probably going to have to be standing out in the cold and the weather and the snow or the rain. And they were lined out under the awning today as I went over and checked. So that it looks great. The awning does look great, and it will help kind of secure people from having to stay in the weather. Let's see. We had several commissioners that toured the old chamber building. And I know we've mentioned this, and this is just in prospects of working with the city to either obtain the building maybe through a lease or a purchase. And it was discussed for a possible location for an economic development office or potential other county government offices. If the price is right, I guess, or the option is right, I guess. We had a few commissioners go through there and look at that. So parking lot behind planning was paved today. So it's getting ready to be complete. Let's see, the court security projects at a stall, they're completely finished. It's at a stopping point until materials come in, and we anticipate that to be till the rest of the materials come in. That will be mid-January before work will resume. Mary's office is secure at this point, as secure as they say they can get it. And they will resume work in January when the supplies come in and finish installing the door. But as of right now, they're completely finished with everything else. And on Friday, I have a meeting with Caroline Hurt to discuss possible site locations for administering the COVID vaccine. When that's made available, they want to get a couple more options instead of using the schools, just in case schools are back in person. They don't want to tie up their parking lots. So we're going to meet and try to find a couple more locations. If anybody has any ideas on a location, kind of shoot me an email. If you have a suggestion on a couple more locations for that, because from my understanding, the vaccine could be being administered sometime next year. So that's what they're looking at doing. And I met with Shanks and Shaw on the emergency exit for the clerk and master. They are currently preparing a draft on the agreement for us to review. They did the dimensions and the measurement for Drew down there. I think they're going to just cut it off, access the window that's there, and just kind of use the window as the starting point to take it out and make the door there. So that's picking up and moving. Let's see. I guess everybody's aware the Christmas parade was canceled, and the Christmas tree lighting will be virtual. I'm not sure the details on how the virtual is going to be, but those were the two things that I was made aware of. And that's pretty much it for the mayoral report on what's kind of going on. But I do want to ask the commission and anyone listening, we really need some help on influencing some of our businesses, our local businesses, our Walmart, everybody on wearing the mask. Nobody's wearing them, and I really don't know what it's going to take to influence people to just at least start wearing them. If not, we did have a local restaurant here in town shut down today because they didn't have enough staff to even operate the business because they're either quarantined or they're positive. And I'm looking to you guys for guidance on what we can do for our community to make people see that this is real. And the mask, although people don't believe in them, they do slow the spread. And so I'm reaching out to you guys to reach out to your community, to your local businesses, or anybody that you know that owns a business, to just kind of help us out. I mean, we really, really, really need to get this under control, or our kids are not going to be playing sports. They're not going to be going back to school. And we're looking at having some businesses closed down because they cannot operate. So that's just a request on my behalf. If anyone could do that, I would appreciate it. And that's all I've got. Have you got any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodby. Next, we'll go into committee reports. I know we usually go budget first, but there's something in rules and bylaws that needs to be covered before we get to budget. So rules and bylaws.
Yes, sir. Are we discussing the holiday list? Is that it?
Well, what you all voted on the other night about the school pay?
The school pay. So the exact details on it, Josh, and you can jump in on this. We voted to send it to budget to change the rule. Well, to pass it by them first, but to change the rules, basically that their pay standards that they get paid for every meeting that they go to. But in another change that they do not get paid if they do not attend. So correct me if I'm wrong on that, committee, but that's the basic gist of it.
Really, you got one? It's in the rules and bylaws. I ain't got it. Minutes.
Randall, on the pay for the secondary meetings and all after that for each month, did you all, my understanding was y'all voted to pass $50 per meeting and $0 if they don't attend. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Hill.
our proposal was basically that the school board pay should mimic the county commission pay, rectifying a situation that's come to our attention where school board members are paid without attending the meetings and in some cases ditching whole years at a time or many months consecutive. I don't think they'll probably put in a 3 strikes and you're out rule like we have with the commission, but this is a start for equity.
Yes. I think we were just trying to be very efficient because we heard that you all passed it, I think unanimously to do that. So we went ahead and passed it, or we went ahead and voted on it in budget to go ahead and basically do that. And Attorney Harden said at that time we could go ahead, I believe, Josh, that we could go ahead with this new rule that we can basically, if they don't show up for any of the additional meetings, they don't get paid. Now, I spoke with him today, and I believe we're going to do a resolution next month to rectify the original meetings, but if they don't show up, they don't pay, kind of like us.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on, Gary. I think Mr. Harden's going to chime in. Go ahead, Mr. Harden.
I was just going to respond to you there. I don't know when their pay was actually set. I don't know if there's a resolution somewhere in the county. I'm not aware of it. If it is, it's an older one. But yeah, I mean, the statute doesn't specifically require a resolution, but it does.
On there. Did you see that?
Hold on, guys. Guys in the mayor's room, you're all picking up through, and it's blocking us all out.
Sorry, I would suggest that we adopt a resolution formally setting out whatever the pay is in the policy for the school board.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bailey.
I was going to clarify for you once. I don't think the school usually in the month of November has a meeting. And normally they don't have one in either June or July, one of them. They only have 10 meetings a year because school's actually only based off of 10 months. So, but their meetings is $100. It don't matter if they have one or they have 5. They only get $100 per month no matter how it goes. So, but I do know there's 2 months. It's either June or July, and then they don't have the one in November because you've got the holidays right there. So normally they have them through the school year. So I just clarifying that because I think in the thing it says $1,200 per year. Well, actually theirs is around 1,000 because there's 2 meetings they don't have each year.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Jenkins, you want to go ahead and with the rest of your committee's stuff?
The only other item that we have, if we're not going to vote on that, or Josh, do you want to do a resolution? Is that what I understand?
It's up to you all. Like I said, I don't think the statute requires a resolution. I just think sometime down the line, we're going to be in the same spot we're in now. Nobody remembers and nobody can find anything to have to report.
Well, I wouldn't mind to put that in form of a motion to do that and put that in form of in a resolution, and we can bring it back next meeting and vote on it as a commission.
Second, Mike Hill, District 2.
Motion by Mr. Jenkins, second by Mr. Hill. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell, Mark Blevins, Mark Blevins, Robert A. Cup,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sandra Collar,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
He's back.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Mark Blevins,
Yes.
all ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I only have one more item, Chairman, and that's passing the county holiday list, and that would be when the courthouse is closed. So I'll put that form of a motion that was in everybody's attachments for the meeting.
Second it, Mark Blevins, First District.
Motion by Mr. Jenkins, second by Mr. Blevins to approve the holiday list. Any discussion?
One thing, isn't the clerk's office normally open on a Saturday? Like for half a day? Looks like the December 25th holiday would have been left off of that one.
Is a good catch, sir.
Oh,
Well,
the
actually,
holiday we close on this Saturday.
21, Aaron.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are you talking about for this December coming up?
No,
or 21?
The 2021.
Okay.
Mary stated that if they're closed for a holiday on the Thursday or Friday before, they're normally closed on the Saturday, but
On the Monday, yeah.
on the preceding Monday.
Yeah,
So
add that with, I have no problem adding that with that correction.
Whatever, that's fine. It's fine the way it is.
Yeah, I don't think you want to make the Saturday a paid countywide holiday. I mean, it's not a holiday. The clerk's office, I think, would just close, but I don't think it's another paid holiday for them. We have three Christmas Day or 3 days off around Christmas every year, and that's included here.
Yeah, it is.
I wasn't looking at it from the perspective of paid holidays, Mr. Harden. I was just looking at it as like this was the list of county times that the courthouses will be closed. So I apologize.
Yeah, that's no problem. And that essentially is what it is a list of paid holidays.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell, Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sandra Collar,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Have anything else? All right. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Next, we'll move on to Budget Committee and Vice Chairman James.
All right, everybody turn to their worksheets. All right. First, we've got to discuss here, a vote was taken on the planning department's 2021 detailed budget. The vote was 4 yeses and 4 noes. So at this time, we have no recommendation. If anybody would like to put something in the form of a motion, or I think Director Schuler's on here, he may have some comments. We'll entertain that now.
Hey, Austin.
Yes, Commissioner Blevins.
I've looked at this over and over and read it. If Mr. Schuler would be agreeable to take a $2,500 raise out for himself and put it in the foreman's line item, I would like to make a motion to do that.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a Attorney Harden, would you like to weigh in on us how we need to do this? Because I know we're not supposed to specify line items with these budgets or with this department's budget in particular. So would you like to direct us as to how this motion probably needs to be worded?
Okay. The way I understand the situation, the full budget was approved, including the planning budget, and then it came back up again and was ultimately referred back to Budget Committee for recommendation on reconsidering the budget. And then the Budget Committee was not able to come to a consensus on any recommendation, and so it's back before the full commission. So as I'm aware, it stands that we are reconsidering the planning budget, and so a proposal could be entertained about the specifics of the budget, even the line items within it, and that's all fair game if you're truly reconsidering the entire budget.
Okay, so their motion to move money amongst the line item is fine. We're not going to have no issues with that, correct?
Well, if I understood Mr. Blevins, I don't think it's moving money among line items. He's essentially asking if the planning director would accept a removal of his $2,500 raise and then approve the budget as is, save for that. And if that's the case, I think that's pretty straightforward.
No, he's wanting to remove the $2,500 pay raise from the director's line item and move it to the foreman's line item.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't understand that. But yeah, that's more of a budget amendment than it is a revision.
Well, Mr. Harden. Josh.
Yeah.
Well, could we just remove the $2,500 from Chris's pay raise and then vote on the rest of it? Just move his pay raise out?
I think what Josh is saying is it's basically a budget amendment that it'd be allocated from line 105 to 141, which would move it from the directors to the foreman's line item. There's no problem with that, is there, Josh?
Right. If I'm understanding the posture of this thing now, it's the full budget is up for reconsideration, every line item in it. And so I think you could just, the motion could be exactly what you said, if maybe I didn't understand it right, that you would approve the budget as is with $2,500 being subtracted from one line item into the other. I don't think it would require a budget amendment, and the process is general because we're making pretend like we're at the July County Commission meeting and the full budget is up for reconsideration, because I believe that's the posture of it, even though we're in mid-November at this point. So I think you can do that line item change. Essentially, you're approving different funding amounts for each line item, if that makes sense.
That makes sense, Josh.
If Brad Burke says that's okay, now I'm not the finance manager or director, but I would ask Brad if that's okay or not.
Chairman Hill,
Yes, Director Burke.
yeah, that would essentially be a budget amendment moving from one line item to the other, or it could be his budget, total budget could be decreased by that 2,500. That would be a budget amendment as well. So that's the two choices that you have in that regard.
But Brad, I guess what I'm getting at is, do you feel like it's okay for that to occur tonight at this meeting, or do you think that has to come back to budget again? My thoughts are, or at least my hope is, that it could be fully resolved tonight at this meeting.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Chairman Hill, Brad Johnson.
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson.
In previous budget hearings, particularly at the end of the year, for the whole full vote of the county commission, we have never been allowed to make any deduction except from the grand total of that department's budget. You are never allowed to go in and make a line item adjustment. Budget committee does that. That's why they have the hearings for. Now, if we want to reduce their budget, it has to be from the grand total, not the individual. Isn't that right, Josh?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, it normally is right, and it's right in every case except this one, in my opinion, because the planning commission never approved the budget committee never approved planning's budget. So the way that works is they get two shots at budget committee, and if it's not approved there, it comes to full commission. So because there was never a budget committee approval of any planning commission budget, the full commission was free to adjust every line item within it.
I understand.
Just like the budget committee would do.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, question for the attorney.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hill.
Mr. Harden, we did pass a budget for the planning department when we passed the budget. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Yeah, the full county commission did adopt the budget. Yes, you are correct. And then either a month or two later, a motion was made to reconsider that vote, and then it got delayed again for some vacation or something. And now here we are in November. So essentially the vote that did occur is now being reconsidered.
I fail to understand the fixation on this department budget at this late date. It's like my dog when she sees a squirrel. It's nuts. It's absolutely bonkers in November to be discussing this crap ad nauseum. Perhaps next year, the budget committee can get everything together and present a complete budget when we deliberate on the budget. And that I will lay squarely at the feet of the budget committee and the finance director. I think it's time to move on because we're going to be going into budget sessions again in 30, 60 days time. This is nuts, guys. And I as for me, I won't support tinkering bureaucratically or otherwise with this budget any further.
Yes, sir, Mr. Burke.
I'd just like to comment on that. The issue was, of course, like Josh said previously, the budget committee did not approve a budget for planning. And then during the county commission meeting was when the planning budget total was presented. There were no details given whatsoever, like all the other departments in the county. That's been the whole issue the entire time. And I'm ready to move on with it too.
And just for some,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I disagree with that statement because there was a budget in there. If you remember your packets, and I have it here on my desk, if anyone would like to see that. I apologize for jumping in, Chairman.
No, you're fine, Director Schuler. I was just going to say, I've talked to Brad, I've talked to Chris. I think the whole problem the whole time has been that there was a saying one saying there was a decrease in the budget, one saying there's an increase, and technically they're kind of both right because, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong about this, Chris and Brad. We took the $500 out for the remittance, But in the past, I think Chris has showed me about 23 years worth of budgets where it was always in there for like 33,000 some dollars. But I don't believe there was ever an offset in revenue. Is that correct, Chris?
Yes, sir. That was money we had to build in there for our budget and we had to maintain. Yes, sir.
Right. So now technically this year's budget is less than last year's, but technically it was an increase in their budget because once we removed that 56.5 for the remittance, we did increase because of certifications, training, certain other areas that did increase their budget. But yes, it did come in less than last year's budget. So technically it is an increase in the budget. Is that correct, Chris?
It could be considered that, even though it was money that we had to develop.
Right. I think that's what's been the holdup the whole time. There's just been some confusion, and we're working on that. Chris has been very, very helpful with any questions I've had, and I think we've got a good understanding going into the next budget year that we're going to work together to get this done on the first reading. And we all have to work together, whether it's all the commission, the planning commission, Chris, Brad, we've all got to work together. We all work for the same people of this county.
Amen.
So I think the motion on the floor is for Mr. Blevins, $2,500 from the director's line to the foreman line with a second by Mr. Bailey. Is that still the motion, Mr. Blevins?
Yes, sir.
Chairman, could I ask a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. Jenkins.
Chris, what's your total budget? What's the total amount? 300 and what's the total? And well, I don't even need to know the exact number. And we're worried about $2,500 of that amount.
Yeah.
What are we really right here? I gotta add.
Well, Commissioner Jenkins, I'd like to think it might be some person.
Hold on, Austin. Austin, I think Randall's still trying to talk.
And I also, Chris, I wanted to ask, does this budget still puts into effect one of my last votes that took place on planning was the step raise or the incentive to go get certifications, correct?
Yeah, to answer both your questions, 351, 564, 60. And yes, the incentive pay for the certifications of the employees. Yes, sir, most definitely so. The resolution that you helped me draft in the planning commission that we worked on and then we adopted as the planning commission. Yes, sir, it does still have that money in it.
Okay, because Jay has pretty much stepped into that role, and we gotta take care of the person that's doing that. And I don't want us to keep on digging in on this and killing this horse, and we're gonna turn around and maybe lose somebody else in the future if we don't hurry up and stop digging in on this same subject every month.
Amen.
So that's my thing. I'm going on with it.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. James, I think you had a comment.
Oh, I'm good.
Okay. Any more discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Restate the motion.
Motion is to remove $2,500 from the director's line item and move it to the foreman's line item.
And this is and to approve the budget as is.
So it's the same amount. We're just moving lines.
Mark Blevins. Robert A. Cuff.
No.
Nancy Brown.
No.
Mike Hill.
No.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
No.
Mark Tester. Mark Tester.
Yes. Yes.
Charles Von Cannon.
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
No.
Jerry Prophet.
Yes.
Austin James. Austin James. Ross Garland.
No.
Layla Ward. Layla Ward.
No.
Ginger Holdren.
Yes.
She say yes. Randall Jenkins,
Yes, or I mean, no, I'm sorry, no.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Color. Sonja Color,
No.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
No.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Austin James.
Austin James,
No.
Robin McCamey, It's got time.
Robin's the deciding vote.
Chairman Hill, it was a tie.
Attorney Harden, what do we do in this situation? Read another motion?
Can.
Yeah, that motion fails regardless of how she votes. You gotta have minimum of 13. But I think if we're adopting or amending a budget which has already been adopted, even though we're reconsidering it, it's going to take 2/3 vote anyway.
Okay.
So I think you need 16 votes.
Okay.
Wouldn't have mattered. Need to be 2/3.
So can we entertain another motion?
Yeah, you got to have some resolution. It's either you're sticking with the budget as adopted, or you're amending it at this point. I think.
Chairman, I'd like to move that we accept.
Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
I make the motion that we accept the budget as already approved and move on and hope for better next year.
Second, Acuff first.
A motion by Mr. Hill, second by Mr. Acuff to accept the budget as presented. Any discussion? All right, guys, let's get this done. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell, Mark Blevins,
No.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
No.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Color,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
2 noes and the rest of them 20 yeses, right? 20 yeses.
Motion passed. Thank you, guys and gals. Let's put the past in the past and let's move on and let's work for a brighter budget year ahead.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda is I put into form of a motion to allocate funds of $52,000 for the, this is for the Carter County Fire Departments. We had received that they had got together and at their meeting and made a vote, and they'd like it divided equally, which is $7,500 each.
I'll second that. Nancy Brown.
All right.
Motion by Mr. James, second by Ms. Brown. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Mr. Bailey.
When they say they would like it divided each, was that us or was that the fire departments?
That
The-
was the fire departments.
The fire department sent out a letter that through the fire association that said they would like it to split equally because they all serve their communities and some don't run as many calls as others. So they felt it would be best to split it equally.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Hill, just for verification, James quoted 52,000 according to our documents here that's published in the budget committee. It says 52,500.
Should be 52,500.
Yeah, it'd be 52.5. It's 7,500 each.
Okay, just want to clarify that.
Which now
Any
we've
more
already
discussion?
we've already approved the money. This is just approving dividing it amongst the fire departments.
That's 7,500 each.
Yes.
All right.
Any more discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell, Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert A. Cuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward. Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sandra Culler,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you,
All
Madam
right,
Clerk.
thank you. Next, I put into a form of a motion to appropriate general fund unassigned fund balance of $2,600 to pay commissioners for the special called meeting to be held on November the 23rd, 2020.
Second that motion, Mark Blevins, First District.
Motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Blevins. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell, Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert A. Cuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sandra Culler,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes. All ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right, next I put into a form of a motion to approve additional payments of $50 to the school board members for well, actually, hold on, back up. Let's discuss this. Do we need to hold off on this since we're waiting to write the proper stuff on this, Attorney Harden, or can we go ahead and do this and make this to have not being paid unless you meet?
I would probably wait until the actual formal resolution is adopted and do it then, yeah.
Okay, so if everybody's good with it, we're going to defer this until next month until we get a formal resolution and bring that back. All right, next I'd like to put into a form of a motion to approve county employee bonuses of $1,250 for full-time and $625 for part-time. County solid waste and highway department employees. Only those individuals employed as of December the 1st, 2020 are eligible. The total cost for this bonus is $394,674.06.
A second.
A motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Garland. Discussion.
Question on the eligibility date. What was that date again, please?
December the 1st, 2020.
Vice Chairman James,
Yes, Commissioner Holdren.
may I ask a question to Director Burke?
Yes, ma'am.
Director Burke, will this exclude the cafeteria workers at the jail?
No, it will include them, all the employees of the sheriff's department and jail.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And Mr. Chairman Hill,
Yes, sir, Mr. Garland.
and that is coming out of the CARES Act money. That's not anything out of fund balance. You might want to make that clear.
Correct. Now, I think that Director Burke, this money is going to come from the reimbursement of the salaries. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
One other quick question. Now, does that include school board or school system?
It does not.
Teachers. Okay.
I believe originally, Austin, if you want, I think Mr. Garland, we originally did 1,500. Mr. Garland wanted to go ahead and include the same Christmas bonus we gave last year, so how we got to 1,250. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, the 1,250 or the 250 and the 125 is for the Christmas bonus. The 1,000 and the 7 or the 1,500 is for the CARES Act funding.
Yeah.
Oh, is it the employees in the courthouse and all the employees?
That's correct.
Good deal.
Any more discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Billy Campbell,
Abstain.
I'm sorry.
Abstain.
Okay. Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Same.
Abstain. Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Abstain.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Collar,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Winnie, yeses.
Motion passes.
Motion passes. Thank you all on behalf of the employees. We have great employees, and I know they'll really appreciate this at Christmas time.
Appreciate it.
Do we get a bonus?
Next, put into a form of a motion to move remaining funds of $29,722.84 originally appropriated to the Sheriff's Department / jail for animal control officers to the animal shelter budget. Funds will be moved from much line items. In addition, general fund unassigned fund balance $50,000 was appropriated to be moved to line items for animal control.
Chairman Hill,
Yes, Ms. Culler.
I don't really see any point in making this motion since we didn't pass the regulations to give the animal control any leeway.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr.
I
Bailey.
still think we need to go on and move the 29,000 out of the sheriff's line item and still at least put it into the animal
So,
shelter
Mr.
budget. And then if something goes forward, if we ever do figure that out, the money is already moved. It don't need to stay in the sheriff's department's line item
So,
if he's not going to fool with it.
So Commissioner Bailey, are you recommending that we split this into two separate motions and we can vote on the first one and decide whether we can vote on the second one?
Yes, sir.
All right, if everybody's good with that, then we'll back up and I'll put into a form of a motion, move the remaining funds of $29,722.84 originally appropriated to the sheriff's department / jail for animal control officers to the animal shelter budget.
Question, Chairman Hill.
Yes, Ms. Culler.
We're moving the money away from the sheriff, so we're just completely taking animal control away from him, then we don't have anything. Every once in a while, we do have one show up now.
But can I ask you a question? Because I'm not real sure. Can we still not have animal control even though we don't do that regulations?
Not with the animal shelter.
Okay.
Chairman Hill,
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
you still have the regulators called the law officers that we have on duty still abide by the state law. If there is an infraction or a violation of the law, they have the right to take action, take a warrant or arrest.
That's exactly correct with the sheriff's department, not the animal shelter.
But sheriff's department, you still have protection.
So we need to leave the money in the sheriff's department.
Nope, they got a salary for doing that.
I mean, has he not already turned the truck back into the sheriff's over to courthouse?
Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Posada.
no, the truck has not been turned over to the animal shelter. At the workshop, they agreed to keep it until January to see what was worked out. If animal control comes back to the animal shelter, we can run up and down the road and we can do calls and take them. But again, we're not holding anybody responsible. Your deputy is still responding and we're still in the same scenario we're in right now. If the state laws are not going to be enforced, then why do you want to create a position at the dollar amount at the animal shelter for this position? Just think about what you're fixing to do when you move the money. The sheriff's department has agreed to keep it until January. So if you move the money tonight, you're guaranteed not to have any animal control.
You're sitting here saying he ain't controlling it anyway. I mean,
they have days that they have a person who can do animal control. They don't have them 24 hours a day. When they have the person available, then you have an animal control officer. It just depends upon who is out, who's on shift, and how many they have to run the shift inside the jail. That's the way they explained it to us at the workshop.
Chairman Hill,
Yes,
Mike
Mr.
Hill
Hill.
District. We failed to pass the framework that would give the animal shelter some authority to perform animal control for the county tonight. So without that piece of the puzzle, the rest of it's kind of irrelevant. Now, the things we do know, the sheriff does not want to be in the animal control business. He's expressed that many, many times. But I think we're at an impasse and there's no point in moving money anywhere. It seems that the consensus of this commission tonight was to leave things as they were, which means we should leave things pretty much as they are.
all right, I'll withdraw my motion. Let's just leave it over to January and let's figure this out.
All right, let's move forward then. All right, next I put into a form of a motion to approve an annual salary increase of $5,000 for one employee of the maintenance department.
Second the motion, Mark Blevins, first district.
All right, we
By
have
Mr. James, second by Mr. Blevins. Discussion.
Yeah, I got a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Bailey.
We're raising somebody's $3,000 right here, and then you say you're increasing the salary of $5,000. What does that take that salary to?
$35,000.
Okay.
And that will be for the, oh goodness.
For
it is,
Roy with the maintenance.
Yes, it's Ron's assistant, which Ron
Yeah.
makes a decent amount more money than that. So that's the reason why we're trying to bring them up where they're decently within line.
That's fine.
Yeah, and just to kind of let you guys know, I don't know, in the commission packets, we sent out the spreadsheets of what we have paid Norwell the previous year before Ron and Roy came on with us. The previous year from 2018, May of 2018 to June of 2019, we paid Norwell $53,964. Since we've had Roy and Ron with us, which would have been November of last year through May, we've only dispersed $9,000 to Norwell. These guys are exceptional and worth every penny.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir, Mr. Von Cannon.
I had a good discussion with the gentleman about boiler feed water because I asked that question and it concerned me that you can spend thousands of dollars on a boiler of that size. Hundreds of thousands of dollars almost. That man developed and made his own boiler feed water injection system. And I was very impressed with what he did because I know boiler feed water and what it has to be to protect a boiler. This man is a genius. And he doesn't have to have an IQ test to tell you he's a genius.
I can't brag on these guys enough since I've been over here at the courthouse. They have just absolutely can fix and maneuver anything that's nice to do of them.
You talking about Josh Harden?
All right. If we're good, let's try to move forward with the vote here.
Any more discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell,
Aye.
Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yeah.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Aye.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Aye, yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Collar,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right, motion passes. Thank you. Let's see. Next, I put into a form of a motion to declare various county-owned assets, computers, and chairs as surplus and dispose of them items via govdeals.com.
Second the motion, Mark Blevins, First District.
Motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Blevins. Discussion. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell,
Aye.
Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Collar,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Motion passes. Next, I put into a form of a motion to approve appropriations of $10,581 from the Governor Support Grant for the Capital Asset Module in the Skyward Accounting System utilized by the county and the school department.
I'll second the motion. Aaron Frazier, second.
Director Burke, if you could enlighten everybody a little more on this.
Of course, it's an add-on to the Skyward system that we currently use. And what we're currently doing for capital assets is maintaining a Excel worksheet at the end of the year. And it takes a significant amount of time to complete that and correct all the errors and prepare all the reports that are necessary for the auditors. And this will simplify the process greatly. It'll also enable reports to be ran at any time during the year. Whenever a bill is paid for a piece of equipment, vehicle, construction costs, what have you, it will automatically be dumped over to the capital assets module. And of course, the depreciation will calculate automatically. Currently in the Excel workbooks, it's probably got 16 or so worksheets within the one workbook. And errors do occur. The auditors do make changes and can't tell us what they've changed. So it's a nightmare trying to get the balances to reconcile from one year to the other. And we'd certainly appreciate your support for this package.
I'd like to add one more note on this. Setup and training cost of this is $9,934, and there is an annual reoccurring cost to the county of $1,647 every year.
Director Mark, how's that ground staff?
Yep.
Does this apply to all three databases?
It does.
Awesome, thank you.
Director Burke, this is Aaron Frazier. Roughly how many man hours will this save in the course of a year or two?
At least a week.
We have a motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Frazier. Any more discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell, Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert A. Cuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Art Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Taylor Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren, Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sandra Color,
No.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
one no and the rest all rise.
Motion passed. Thank you.
Motion passed. All right, next I put into a form of motion appropriate a total of $33,796 with $11,733.45 from the governor's support grant and $22,062.55 coming from general fund unassigned fund balance for tower maintenance / repair. Do what? Repair repeater related equipment, generator and propane tank for EMA radio site located on Holston Mountain.
Second, Isaiah Grindstaff.
Motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Grindstaff. Discussion.
Discussion.
Go ahead, Mr. Von Cannon.
The same question I asked in committee. Is this tower used by the EMA, the sheriff department, the road department, the fire department? Is that tower used for any of those in conjunction with, is it the same tower that's used for all of these other agencies?
I believe Director Smith is on the meeting, if he wants to address that.
Is that same tower used by the sheriff's department? Is the same tower used by the road department?
If I remember from committee, Mr. Von Cannon, if you'll permit me, Mr. James.
Go ahead.
From the committee meeting, this is specifically for the EMA guys, because the only repeater they currently have is attached to the courthouse down here, and it gives them a very short range. This will extend their range across the county, and they will not have to butt in on the fire department frequencies, the rescue squad frequencies, or the sheriff department frequencies in the event of an emergency, where it can get rather chatty.
I think Mr. Smith's on here to talk right now.
Yes, sir. He's actually very on point. This particular tower would be set up for EMA, but now the frequency would be available for anybody, any county agency to use. It would be primarily for us during emergencies, but otherwise, like I said, it's open to any county agency, just like the one that we currently have. The problem with the one that we have right now is it is such a limited range. We pretty much can only communicate within the city of Elizabethton because of where our tower and repeater there at courthouse are located.
Chairman James, Brad Johnson.
Yes, Commissioner Johnson.
Couple items. Number one is, if you'll remember about 5 months ago before the full commission, you had a presentation made by the sheriff, the chief deputies, the chief of police of Elizabethton, the president or the chairman of the firefighters association, 911 and all of making, going in and putting into one central large system, at which time right now, they are in the process of putting the RFP to go out for bids on. This, and it also included EMA. So why are we spending $33,000 when they're going to do the whole total system?
That's my point. That's my point exactly.
Yeah, well, they say, well, we only have it on Holston. Well, I know the antenna on Holston does not reach a majority of the southern parts of this county. And besides the aid, we've been going on for the past 15 years, 16 years with the system we got, and there's not anybody has ever denied either an officer, a fireman, a 911, or a rescue squadron for using their radio if they need to, and that would save you $33,000. Now to address that, Captain Tom Smith is sitting there, I noticed on video, which is putting the RFP together for that whole group. So why reinvest when it's already coming up?
I know Captain Smith was, that's why we gave him 20,000 for, was to get the guy to come in to see if we could get all the frequencies.
Yeah.
So I guess we need to check with Captain Smith to see if that guy has got his reading back, if we can even hit the frequencies we need.
But that is the frequency. This right here is for repair, generators, repeaters, propane tanks, et cetera, et cetera. That is being covered under the RFP for the revamp of the whole total emergency system, law enforcement, fire.
Right. I agree. I just think Captain Smith had told us before, though, that if this guy comes in and determines we can't hit the frequencies, that it's not going to work.
Well, according to speaking with Captain Smith 4 days ago, it was all, he has got all the frequencies.
Okay. I think they're wanting to speak. I see them waving their hand.
Wave your hand, Tom. There you go.
The frequency coordinator, and I've been working with them actually today. They have got frequencies, but in order to get those frequencies, we have to do what they refer to as LOCs. It's agreements with surrounding agencies, and there's not a guarantee that we can get those. With what Director Smith's wanting to do is create redundancy, which is what you need in communications, which we have lacked for many years here in Carter County. It's just like with us, we're going to try to keep the frequencies that we have for redundancy. If you can understand what I'm saying, it gives you a backup in case the main towers fail. Let's say we do get this system, we do put it in. It's all going to be digital. His is going to be conventional, which will be analog. It gives you a backup, and just about every county around here that has switched either to the state system or implemented a system of their own have done exactly what he's wanting to do and what we're wanting to do. And it'd be like the highway department and the Elizabethton Police Department. They have built in redundancy into their system in case there is a failure of the main system, and we still have that ability to communicate. But the frequencies that we're talking about, they do, he says he's got the frequencies, but like I said, there's going to be multiple LOCs where I'm going to have to go out and travel to the surrounding agencies around here to make sure that there's not going to be, or they're going to agree to let us use these frequencies with what the coordinator has provided.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, sir, Mr. Smith.
He's exactly right on the LOCs, and we have spent the better part of a year and a half going through the LOC process because you have to get concurrence from jurisdictions that also operate on those frequencies. And it took us, we went through 3 or 4 different frequencies and multiple letters of concurrence before we were able to get something that was actually approvable. So it's not necessarily going to be an easy process to get the frequencies is what I'm trying to tell you.
Thank you. Any more discussion?
Question to Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke, part of this funding came from the governor's grant. Is that time sensitive? It has to be spent by a certain time?
June 30th of 21.
Oh, through 21. So you've got a while to survey, to look into whether all agencies can benefit from spending $33,000. If not, I don't think, in my opinion, it's a good investment when you're going to redo it. And you're telling me that you can't run but one frequency off the tower?
You can run more than one frequency off of the tower. It's just that we have a separate site that is located at a different location. Right now, you've got Sheriff's Department and Rescue Squad on Holston and White Rock. I don't have those particular towers available to me.
Don't we still have Buffalo tires?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. You got 3 tire system triangulation, correct, Smith, Tom?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Well,
Any more discussion? Go ahead.
Just to put it on one tower like the Holston, and you, Captain Smith, know that your blanket for communication to the south is just about nothing when it comes to Elk Mills, Butler, Rome Mountain, Yosemite Creek, any of those areas.
Are you referring to EMA's tower, just having the one tower?
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing that they're looking at is improving their communications down here in the city and as far out as it will reach. And, you know, you've got they just relocated over to Sycamore, which will, you know, be able to communicate with the tower up there and have a wider span than what they have now. They're looking at probably about a 2-mile radius from where they're operating right now. And what they're trying to do is increase that radius to encompass all of the city, which probably, and I haven't looked at the propagation studies for that, but I'd say it will greatly enhance it.
It would, according to what Mr. Bertolini gave me, it would improve it dramatically. No, it won't cover the entire county, and we're not making that assertion. But if we don't have, you know, like right now, anytime there's a major event, it's hard to get in on some of the frequencies, especially like Sheriff's Department, Fire Department, because of the amount of traffic that they're dealing with. And that leaves us kind of stuck out with no capability if we're beyond range.
And I think one of the things, Brad, is, you know, if you remember back to the flood of '98, how congested our frequencies were at that time, you know, it was miserable. And most of the communications that we done was by cell phone, even back then.
Yeah, it was extremely hectic, but what I'm looking at is the small time frame. I wasn't aware of the part of it being a redundancy. You know, having one in reserve in case the whole master falls.
Yeah.
That's the same as when we were in the desert and we were computerized out in the field in a war zone, and then they went down and I told them, here, we can use carbon paper, and nobody knew what carbon paper was. You know, good gosh almighty. But if we're doing that for the redundancy of it for a backup system, well, it's vital.
Any more discussion?
There you get it.
Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Jimmy Campbell, Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet.
Yeah.
Austin James,
Yeah.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Tanya Color,
Yes, yes,
Aaron Fraser,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Right.
Thank you
Motion
all.
passed. Next, put into a form of a motion to approve a 48-month copier lease with Novatech for Circuit Court Clerk's Office. Monthly payments are $539.46, which includes lease payments of $357.91. And let's see, no additional funding is required.
Second.
Aaron,
Yes, sir. Sorry.
motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Frazier. Discussion. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell, Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert A. Cuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Tanya Collar,
yes,
Aaron Fraser,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right, motion passes. Next, I put into a form of a motion to approve General Fund 101 Budget Amendment Number 5 for a total of $190,803.46, with $81,164.28 coming from restricted fund balance and $7,500 from unassigned fund balance for a property tax refund.
Second, Aaron Frazier.
Motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Frazier. Discussion. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell, Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert A. Cuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Tanya Collar,
yes,
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Motion passed. Thank you. All right, next I put into a form of a motion to approve Solid Waste Sanitation Fund number 116, Budget Amendment number 1 for a total of $21,255.56 with nothing coming from fund balance.
Second.
Motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Campbell. Discussion. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Campbell, Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert A. Cuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward, Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Tanya Collar,
yes,
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
Motion passes. Next, I put into a form of a motion to approve Drug Control Fund number 122, budget amendment number 1, for a total of 500 with nothing coming from fund balance.
Second, Aaron Frazier.
Motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Frazier. Discussion. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell. Mark Blevins.
Yes.
Robert A. Kev.
Yes.
Nancy Brown.
Yes.
Mike Hill. Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Tester.
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon.
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes.
Jerry Prophet.
Yes.
Austin James.
Yes.
Ross Garland.
Yes.
Layla Ward.
Yes.
Ginger Holdren.
Yes.
Randall Jenkins.
Yes.
Gary Bailey.
Yeah.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Sandra Culler.
Yes.
Aaron Frazier.
Yes.
Robin McCamey. Kelly Collins. Thomas
Yes.
Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
Redo Mike Hill.
Motion passes. Next, I put into a form of a motion to approve General Debt Service Fund number 151, budget amendment number 1, for a total of $2,300 coming from the GDS fund unassigned fund balance for a property tax refund.
Second.
Motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Campbell. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, there's no recourse since the appeal was granted. In other words, you couldn't turn this over anyway. Because if the appeal was granted by the property tax people, there was no way you could challenge this. No way you could challenge this refund.
Any more discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell. Mark Blevins.
Yes.
Robert A. Kev.
Yes.
Nancy Brown.
Yes.
Mike Hill.
Yes.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Tester.
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon.
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes.
Jerry Prophet.
Yes.
Austin James.
Yes.
Ross Garland.
Yes.
Layla Ward.
Yes.
Ginger Holdren.
Yes.
Randall Jenkins.
Yes.
Gary Bailey.
Yeah.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Sandra Culler.
Yes.
Aaron Frazier.
Yes.
Robin McCamey. Kelly Collins.
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
All right, motion passes. Next, I'd like to put in form of a motion to approve General Purpose School Fund number 141, amendment number 3, for a total of $328,434.81, with $79,651.24 coming from restricted fund balance and nothing from unassigned fund balance.
Second, Mark Blevins.
Motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Blevins. Discussion. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell. Mark Blevins.
Yes.
Robert A. Kev.
Yes.
Nancy Brown.
Yes.
Mike Hill.
Yes.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Tester.
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon.
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes.
Jerry Prophet.
Yes.
Austin James.
Yes.
Ross Garland.
Yes.
Layla Ward.
Yes.
Ginger Holdren.
Yes.
Randall Jenkins.
Yes.
Gary Bailey.
Yeah.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Sandra Culler.
Yes.
Aaron Frazier.
Yes.
Robin McCamey. Kelly Collins.
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
All right, motion passes. Next, I'd like to put into form of a motion to approve School Federal Projects Funds number 142, amendment number 4, for a total of $10,979.81 with nothing coming from fund balance.
Second.
Motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Campbell. Discussion. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell. Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Taylor Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Culler,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
All right, motion passes. Let's see. Next, I'd like to put into a form of a motion to approve the following donations. Animal shelter, $1,770, and school department, $1,800.
I'll second it. Nancy Brown.
Motion by Mr. James, second by Ms. Brown. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell, Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Culler,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All ayes.
All right, motion passes. Finally, I'd like to put in the form of a motion to approve the non-monetary donations from Walmart made to the animal shelter for approximate value of $830.58.
Second, Aaron Frazier.
Motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Frazier. Discussion. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell, Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Taylor Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Culler,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier, Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yeah.
All right, motion passes. That's all we have for budget. Chairman, I want to ask you, is it okay if we take just 5 minutes?
Yes, take a 5-minute break. And
All
we'll
right,
get
thank
back into the next big item. So please mute your mics. All right, it appears that 5 minutes is up, so we'll go ahead and let everybody log back in and we'll get started.
All right, so let's see.
The next committee we'll move on to will be let's move on to building and grounds.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Hill. I will be presenting tonight because our chairman, Isaiah Grindstaff, was not able to be at our last meeting due to work responsibilities. The first thing we want to talk about is the renewal of the lease for the probation office. They reached out to interim Mayor Woodby for another 5 years because their current lease ends December 31st of this year. There have been several issues reported, including drug paraphernalia found in the parking lot, people coming from the probation office asking to use the restrooms at the planning office and making messes. They've also requested 12 new keys, and the county had to pay for the locks to be changed once. Their rate of rent is less than $10,000 a year for a space that is almost 1,800 square feet. And it was estimated at the time of that lease that their utilities would be about $1,800 a year. But last year, our county spent over $4,000 for their utility costs. So it was the desire of the Building and Grounds Committee to not renew that lease. So I'm going to put into the form of a motion that we do not renew the lease for the probation office, but give them a 90-day notice to vacate instead.
I second that.
A motion by Ms. Holdren, second by Mr. James to not renew the lease and give a 90-day notice. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell. Mark Blevins.
Yes.
Robert Acuff.
Yes.
Nancy Brown.
Yes.
Mike Hill.
Yes.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Tester. Mark Tester.
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon.
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
I greatly apologize. I was having some audio issues and I haven't heard any of the discussion or even what the motion is. Can the motion at least be repeated?
Yes, Mr. Grindstaff, the motion is to not renew the lease with the probation office and to give them a 90-day notice.
Chairman Hill, while we're interrupted, may I also say that this is the 2-story building beside the planning office that we're talking about.
I think at this point, I'm going to abstain due to not being present in the discussion.
Jerry Prophet.
Yes.
Austin James.
Yes.
Ross Garland.
Yes.
Layla Ward. Layla Ward.
No.
No.
Correct.
Okay. Ginger Holdren.
Yes.
Randall Jenkins.
Yes.
Gary Bailey.
Yeah.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Sandra Collar.
Yes.
Aaron Frazier.
Yes.
Robin McCamey. Kelly Collins.
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. The other thing that I need to bring before you tonight from the Building and Grounds Committee is a discussion that we had that night about 4 different properties near our county offices that may be able for purchase. There's only one of those 4 that touches our current offices, and that's the one located at 829 East Elk, owned by Linda Whitehead. It consists of approximately 3.71 acres, which fronts on 19E and Elk Avenue, The house is calculated by the appraiser at about 6,000 square feet. The appraisal that we had done is broken into two parts. The house and 1.06 acres at 577,000, and then the 2.65 acres of land at 588,000. Now, on his appraisal report, he has a total appraisal of 1.135 million. But if you add those two numbers, 577 and 588, it actually comes to $1.165 million. The house was toured by 10 members of our commission this past Friday. It was also toured by Vicki Clark of the UT Extension Office on November the 5th, and by State Historical Commission member Jennifer Bauer, thanks to Dr. Acuff's work, on November the 9th. The kitchen inside the house would work well for the UT Extension Office. It meets their needs currently and their future dreams. I understand also that the State Historical Commission may have interest in the house. One of my goals when I became a commissioner was to look for the needs of future generations. And I believe there would be no better location to expand county offices than this adjoining property. As our departments gain employees and as the commission considers adding other needed services, more space is needed. The absolute best location for additional offices is the adjoining property at the most traveled intersection in the county. We could construct one day something very beautiful, architecturally innovated, and that would represent the gateway to our downtown historical district as travelers from all over the U.S. utilize 19E. This may be the only time in our lifetimes that this property becomes available for sale. I understand that Ms. Whitehead has an offer in hand to purchase this property in part that must be answered this week. Ms. Whitehead has plans to reinvest the proceeds of this sale in residential construction in West Carter County, which would increase our property tax revenue when complete. As I understand it, Ms. Whitehead's asking price to our county was $1.3 million, and our appraisal comes in at 1.165, adding those two numbers together. So at the time that our committee met, we had not toured the facility, and no motion was made by that committee except to send a request to the State Historical Commission to look at it if they would, and Dr. Acuff took care of that. So, you know, I'm coming to you right now to open a discussion because of the time crunch in this particular situation. If this commission would be willing to enter into a discussion of that property, I would appreciate it.
Chairman Hill.
Yes, Mr. James.
If I might, I'd like to pop in on that a little bit too. So if I'm not sure how many on the commission received a copy of the appraisal, but on the appraisal, the appraiser also had stipulated that the home was containing of 5,877 square feet, which rounded to the value of $588,000. If you will actually go, and I'm not for sure which one's 100% more correct, but seeing that he was off on his calculations of adding the numbers together, if you'll go, the property, the tax assessment has the home having actually 7,352 square feet. So if you'll divide his numbers back, you get about $100.50 a square foot. So if you go back and add those numbers back together, that actually should place that home's value at around $735,575. So you know, like I said, I'm not for sure. He's off a little bit. It looks like on his square footage. So you know, that was just some of what I was wanting to weigh in there. I don't think that I don't think he's right on the money on the house. You know, and if we ever do decide to expand, the current situations are sitting in as the probation office is unfit, the planning office is unfit. We really technically have nowhere to put one, even if we was to destroy and tear those two down. I don't know that we could meet city setbacks at the current time with what's there. Plus, on top of that, the planning doesn't have parking now. I mean, they're pretty well parking in the road the majority of the time. So I don't know that we would meet setbacks to be able to construct a new building there. And of course, her property touches us right at the back, which would allow us to slide something back there and be able to add more additional parking, even just around the house. Because I believe if I had, when we had done the site visit, Dr. Acuff had told me that the state's interest was in the majority just of the house. They really wasn't concerned with much property around it. They want a small parking space, and that's the majority of what they're wanting. Is that correct, Dr. Acuff?
Yeah, that is correct, Commissioner James. And
so, which would leave us to be able to occupy the majority of the real estate, which is really technically what we're wanting anyway. But that's all I've got to say at the moment.
I have a question. Do we know what taxes we would be losing on this, and the possibility if a commercial business was to buy and build on that, the possible revenue loss of that? Because that not only affects our pocketbooks, that affects the city's pocketbooks as well.
I can't
1
speak
minute,
to
Travis,
that.
I'll tell you how much taxes is currently being collected.
I do believe, Austin, the taxes are somewhere around $5,000 on that property. There was a tax statement laying there that Mr. Von Cannon looked at. I think he brought that up that day that we did the tour. So, Austin, I think Mr. Von Cannon might have those numbers.
That's probably real close, Mark. The house is taxed at, or the house, the amount of revenue off the house is around $4,850.
Correct.
But what could you get if you had $1.5 million, $2 million commercial business come out at a commercial rate? What would you be losing out on?
Well, I mean, probably
I think they're taxed at 40%, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably roughly looking at $10,000-$12,000 a year. But on the other side of that is, if Miss Whitehead doesn't pull this money out of that or all of it together, she's probably not going to maybe do some other investments in the area that she's going to do. So you're not going to pick that tax basis up. So.
The Whitehead property is large enough for a small motel. I'll tell you why. When we brought Sleep in, or Comfort Inn, it's now changed hands a time or two. That property was 3 acres. And you've got room enough for a small motel or hotel in that property. So whatever a hotel or motel might bring in is what you're really looking at in the income. And somebody's going to eventually build a bigger motel or a more accommodating motel than what we've got now, especially the one down at Cook, at the old one. It used to be the Camaro.
And on the other side of that, to answer your question, Mr. Hill, if the majority of the revenue as of right now is coming in off the house, if the state purchases it, we're not going to receive that revenue anyways.
Yeah.
Again, I would just ask the commission to consider that we have heard, I hate to call them complaints, but comments made for several months now that the courthouse is busting at the seams for space. We definitely need to add archives in the not too distant future. There has been talk of adding an IT department, talk of adding an economic development department, and none of those things may come to be. But if we don't have a place to put them, they certainly are not going to come to be. we talk often about the planning department's building not being in good shape, but we haven't offered an alternative. Again, I will state that it's always best to buy the property that touches you. There could be no better place to expand our current office facilities than that land that's available now.
Chairman Hill.
Yes, sir, Mr. Blevins.
Now, you go down there on a busy day when they're having court and people's not got nowhere to park. If you go on an average day to the tag assessor, you still don't have nowhere to park. And, you know, as Miss Holden has said, we don't have office space now. And if you go to adding all these other offices in, where are they going to be at? You know, again, you know, kick the can down the road and we ain't going to get nowhere. It eventually get bent up. You can't kick it nowhere. So I think this is something that we should consider highly, purchasing this property. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Blevins.
Josh, our attorney Harden, what's the parameters? Because I know what her asking price is and what our appraisal value is. There's a difference, and I don't know that we're going to come. I don't know that she's going to come down to our appraisal value. What's the parameters as far as being over the appraised value?
Yeah, I've been asked this a few times, and from the best I can tell, I mean, we've always went by the rule of thumb of 5% over appraisal since I've been around. But the statute that I found, the state statute that references that, really is referencing personal property. That is something you can acquire from more than one supplier. You know, that is not a unique product versus real property in a building such as this, which of course is one of a kind and unique in and of itself. So I don't believe there's an absolute bar at a 5% over. And I didn't find any guidance whatsoever in our financial policies about it. So I'm taking that more of certainly a cautious approach to anything when you're spending taxpayer money at 5% over. But you know, based upon the circumstances of each particular case, I mean, I certainly think you could justify spending more if it's location and need and the uniqueness of what is available. So I don't think there's an absolute black and white rule on it.
Chairman.
Oh. Yes, Mr. James.
No, go ahead. I think Commissioner Woodby had something.
Ms. Woodby.
I just want to make a statement along with the Ginger. I've been here on this side of the fence, I guess you would say, for 2 months. The county government's growing here. In order for us to keep up with the growth, we have to expand. I mean, I know the thought of spending this kind of money isn't sitting well with some of you, but the services that we're going to provide on an expansion in return pays for itself when the citizens can access better quality services and better locations. Pulling into a parking lot that's not rutted or having a parking lot. I think most of the citizens of this county would understand a purchase like this. And I don't know how long it's been since Carter County's purchased anything past what we did for the landfill. The offices here, and I don't know how many, I know a lot of people haven't been out since the virus, but there's no space. There really isn't any space here. I've said it over and over, planning department, they need a better facility. It's the hub of the county with regards to building and everything. I was told today they had a full house over there, people standing, just waiting to get things done, but there's nowhere for them to stand in there. There's nowhere to see it. They don't have an opportunity to do what they need to do based upon the facility that we're putting them in. So I really want you guys to really think hard about where we're going. Where do we want to go as a county? How do we want to make it better for our citizens in this county? And we have to spend money in order to achieve the goals that this county wants to achieve, or we're just going to stay put in time. So I hope that we can consider something positive. you know, that I'm just reaching out for what I've seen here, and just to better us and kind of move us from the bottom to the middle or maybe to the top. And that's what I have as a goal for our county. And we've got a great commission, and I don't see that should stop us.
Chairman.
Yes, Mr. James.
If I might, I'd like to put into a form of motion that we offer Miss Linda Whitehead $1,250,000 for the home place and the acreage, with the intention of selling the home place back to the state if they so choose to purchase.
Second that motion, Mark Blevins.
And that money to come from debt service.
Second that motion.
Motion by Mr. James, second by Mr. Blevins. $1.25 million. Mr. Burke.
Yes,
ahead, Director
debt service funds cannot be spent for anything except for payment of debt.
That's right.
But it's going to come out of unassigned fund balance.
Well, can we not take a note out on this and then pay it back off?
That's an option.
Yeah, you could do that.
Well, can we purchase it and then go ahead and take a bond back out on it, or you know what, just forget it. Let's take it out of general unassigned fund balance, and we don't have to put as much into debt service this year if need to be.
$1.25 million coming out of unassigned fund balance. Any discussion?
Can I inject some dollars and cents into this?
Sure, Mr. Von Cannon, go ahead.
Lowe's paid around $100,000 an acre. Walmart paid around $98,000 an acre. So take that and prorate that to what you're talking about and tell me if you've got the value there or not.
Well, with that, Mr. Von Cannon, I'd like to also add that was probably 10 to 12 years ago. That was a different location. And if I do remember correctly, Lowe's and Walmart had some extensive soil issues they had to do some mitigation with and spent some quite more money in that.
No, they got tax abatements for a number of years as opposed to reduction in land price, which I could never understand. But anyway, location is the difference between the two, because this is near the courthouse where the action is. But you're right. Those prices are 10 years old. It's probably more today. And if you're trying to sell an industry that for that kind of price, they want to buy it for $8,000 or $10,000 an acre, and you give them the difference. That's the way it works.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
If I'm correct, you are saying this is worth $1,135,000 with the appraisal. So if we added 5% to it, that would be $1,191,750. Am I correct?
No, Gary. The appraised. If you look at the appraisal, he totaled it $1,135,000. But if you'll back up, when he appraised each piece out, he added his total wrong. It's $1,165,000. If you put the 10% over top or 5% over top of that, you're at $1,225,000 or some odd dollars like that. But Attorney Harden says with something of this unique value, he don't foresee us to have a certain threshold. So he don't foresee that the 5% rule would apply in this situation.
Sir, I understand, but what I'm saying is it don't matter what value it is. It's only valued to something if somebody wants it.
Exactly.
Well, that's true, but she
and
does.
Right now, for $1,200,000, I don't want it.
Well, that's your prerogative, but she does have a contract in hand right now for the property.
Go ahead and buy it.
So, and the friends at Sycamore is wanting to possibly purchase the house, which would be the intentions of selling the house back to them and receiving a portion of our money back, and us keeping the real estate, the land, the raw land.
Chairman Hill, can I weigh in?
Yes, yes, Mr. Acuff.
Friends of Sycamore Shoals or Sycamore.
Dr. Acuff, you muted or went.
We've lost your audio.
Okay, am I back here?
There you are.
All right, sorry, let me start again. Thank you. As far as the state park is concerned, they would not be purchasing the building. When I spoke with Jennifer Bauer, who is the director of the park, she reached out to the director of the Tennessee Historical Commission. They are interested in coming to look at the property. We're going to try to do that this week or next week, so that he can make a trip. He's been by the house. He has not been inside. They believe, just to give you some history, the folks at the state park, particularly Jennifer Bowers and the director of the Tennessee Historical Commission, believes that this particular piece of property was designed by the same architect and probably constructed by the same builder that did Sabine Hill. So they would be interested in it from that standpoint. In fact, I think I told several of you when we were on the tour, there were 2 properties in Carter County that the current director really has an interest in. And he's not an old man, but he's not a young man either. But before he ends his career, he said he would like to see this particular property purchased by the Tennessee Historical Commission and preserved, as well as sheltering rock in Roan Mountain. One thing we've got to be cautious about, that building is not ADA compliant. That would cost, if we're going to use it for county offices in some form or fashion. I sit on the board for Sycamore Shoals. We have several properties, as you all know, including the Carter Mansion and Sabine Hill. When you get into the issue of renovating, reconstructing, taking care of historical properties, that's an expense that you may not want to have county constituents paying the tax bills on those. That's why, if, and I think they will, the Tennessee Historic Commission would be willing to purchase it and utilize it and keep it as a historic structure. Now, in fairness, in full disclosure, they'll only give us what the property is appraised for. They'll give you no more. So if we buy it, there's a potential that you might lose some money on that, but they'll have to weigh that against. The other thing that you've got to know, several of you mentioned Vicki Clark utilizing the kitchen facilities. That would not be a part of the Historical Commission's plan for that building. In fact, what the plan would be is to put it back into its original state. So all of the back part that was added would be removed. They're interested in only historical structures as they were, not as they are. So in line with that, you've got to reckon with that in terms of not taking care of a historical structure. We don't want that expense. Recognizing that the state will, when they buy it, I think there's a good chance that they will, that they'll only buy for the appraised value of the property, the house and what it sits on. So with those in mind, I just caution you. I do agree with having as Mr. Von Cannon said, you've got the property that is contiguous to 321. It's a desirable site. I don't know, I'm not an engineer or an architect. I don't know what the footprint would look like there for a structure. I do know, I think as Mayor Woodby talked, and I think Chair Holdren indicated that we don't have any place for overflow parking. So it might be that you have parking in that area that certainly would be, I think, a plus for the folks across the street when nobody can find a place to park to go to court or to visit individuals who are incarcerated. So, there's merit to both sides, but I wanted to just in full disclosure tell you what I know in my discussions with Jennifer Bauer and her discussions with the director of the Tennessee Historical Society. Thank you, Chair.
And Chair, I'd like to weigh in on that. Acuff was talking about the appraisal. That's also, he had told me that that was what they had told him, that they would only pay appraised value. But if you also figure the roughly 1,500 square feet that's not factored in on his appraisal, but is on the tax record, you're talking about roughly an additional $150,000 that is not on the appraised value.
Any more discussion?
Yeah, this is Aaron Frazier. I know folks are talking about additional parking and things like that. Do we want to pay $500,000 for something that we just pave and turn into a parking lot?
Well,
I'm all for, and I'm all in on potentially buying the property. Don't get me wrong whenever I say that, but if the building is going out and we're not going to utilize the building, and then we're going to have an additional little more than 2.5 acres there, is there a potential for us to actually put, the trailers that the school board use or something like that on there for additional offices or something like that? Or is that going to be completely off the plate because of the Historical Society?
Well, Commissioner Frazier, I don't think that it would be completely off. I think that we could pretty well do what we want to with the raw land. The house is maybe what would be up in the air. But at the same point in time, we've got to move planning somewhere, because their building is at a point that, it's, the floor shakes when you walk through it and it has a basement under. So it's a matter of time before it probably falls. And there's nowhere you can put, we have no office space in the courthouse and we have no ground. And, they can't be but so far away from the trustee's office, because the trustee's office is actually who collects their revenue. They don't do it in-house. They have to go over there, pay for the permits. They come back and get the permit. So if you don't have it close, you're going to try to tell the customers and the people of the county, they've got to travel from one site to the next to get their permits. So that's the problem with that. And then on top of that, the sheriff's office is out of property to park. Well, the entire courthouse is out of property to park. I don't know if you've been down in the middle of town on court days, but it's absurd. And a lot of the businesses in towns, I've been hearing complaints that they are filling town up. And so when people's trying to park in the middle of town to go to the businesses, there's nowhere to park because you've got people going to court that's filling all your businesses up, which is going to drive some of your businesses out, because if you can't get your customers in, they can't collect, they can't sell products. So.
Right. Also, does this join directly behind the planning office and the probation office now?
It touches all the way around. It touches every piece of our property, and it connects also from 19E to West Elk to actually the road in front of the planning office. So it has 3 road accesses on it.
Okay.
Mr. James?
Yes, sir.
In this paper that you sent out from Buildings and Grounds, I'm a little confused here. It says the total value, what you have on paper, says $1,135,000. So
yes, but if you'll go down and read a little further in the paper, he breaks out and specifies the different locations. And if you'll add that back, you actually get $1,165,000. And on top of that, he has not properly figured the square footage correctly based upon what the tax records is saying. He's off around 1,500 to 1,800 square feet in the house, which that's roughly running about $100 a foot to what he's factoring the house at, which gives you another $150,000 to $180,000.
Chairman Hill?
Yes, Ms. Culler.
I'd like to weigh in on this just a little bit. I kind of agree with Mr. Frazier in that that's an awful lot of money for a parking lot. I think we're considering another piece of property that would probably be a much better piece of property for office buildings for the county. I think we really need to think about spending this much money trying to sell it back to the state just for a parking lot. If we need office space, we need to go looking for a building that has office space.
Thank you, Ms. Culler.
May I speak, sir?
Yes, Ms. Holden.
Whenever we acquired the Workforce Development Building, it was brought up at that time to move some of our offices up there. I started immediately researching the people who most often use the courthouse facilities for records and courtrooms. They are absolutely against moving county offices up to that workforce development. Therefore, I started looking around our current offices. There are a couple of other options there near our courthouse, but none of them have as much vacant land as this one does. God is not making any more land. We have all the land that we're ever going to have. If you do not take advantage of land when it's available, you may not ever get the chance to purchase it again. You may be sorry 20 or 40 years from now. I don't know. But I'm not just living for today. I'm living to try to help everybody who comes after me. I think that it would be prudent for us to consider this strongly, to erect a beautiful structure there that would distract from the unbeautiful structure on the other corner that we have been made fun of for years now for putting right there where everyone sees it first. One of these days, guys, let's let our kids or our grandkids, if necessary, if it's that far into the future, be the ones that get to build something beautiful right there on that land, that if we want to walk across a parking lot to get to the other courthouse, we can. But I want you to think about the future. In 2008, when everything in this country pretty much took a nosedive, Northeast Tennessee real estate did not. It was about 2010 before we felt the effects of what happened across the rest of the country in 2008. When we did begin to fall, we did not fall as far as other places in the United States did. Our real estate values here in Northeast Tennessee stay stable for the most part. Now, we are going to take the ebbs and flows. We're not immune to that, but we don't dip like Florida dips. We don't dip like Las Vegas dips. Our prices are relatively stable. So, you know, please take all this into consideration.
Ms. Holder, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Again, I want to apologize to you. I had to have some further work done on my eyes than what I expected Friday. So, on this other property, the count over the lawyer's property, there's what, maybe 12 parking spaces over to park in?
I'd say there might be a little bit more than that, but you're close.
I'm pretty close to that. So if we wish to purchase that property, where's the employees going to park at? And then where's the customers going to park at? You know, you got to weigh them factors in, and I just don't see that property feasible if this and don't pass tonight. And again, you've done a great job, Miss Holder. Keep up the good work. I got all the faith in the world in you. Thank you.
If I may, Chairman Hill.
Yes, Ms. Keller.
Land that's on either side of the Cowan property, I guess that could be made into parking spaces, could it not, Ms. Holder?
Yes, it could. Their blueprints exist to build buildings on those lots if we ever wanted to do that, but you also could make them parking spaces.
Chairman Hill.
Yes, Mr. James.
I'd like to also say at this point, the Cohens have yet to give us a price, but from what we have been heard beating around the bush, we're roughly talking about $400,000 difference. And that building probably will need $100,000 to $150,000 in renovations to bring it up to where it'll need. Plus, on top of that, it still is not ADA compliant because it has a second and third story without an elevator.
Chairman, how much money will the Linda Whitehead's property cost us to get back up into shape? How much will it cost to get it into ADA to comply? Or what are we doing here?
Mr. Chair, Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes, Mr. Grindstaff.
So I, of course, didn't get to attend the Building and Grounds Committee meeting, and I asked Ms. Holdren to take charge of the committee and kind of steer them, and I greatly appreciate her and all the work she's done. You know, I tend to agree with her emphasis on trying to get properties that are around, around basically where the seat of the county is. We've let several good properties go in many past years. We're running out of spaces to do just about anything. We're running out of parking, we're running out of office space. We're to the point where we really are going to have to look at doing something, whether that's condensing down our county seat, shipping offices to the Workforce Development Center, or maybe some other alternate location. I'm not aware. And with those come, monetary responsibilities. I agree that it would be extremely nice.
$2 million.
Hey, Mr. Bailey, I'm speaking.
Mr. Bailey, Mr. Grossaff has the floor.
And I agree that it would be extremely nice to have that property, to have the Linda Whitehead property. My concern comes in of, we've got two, I think, really good properties that give us a building to work with, or one property that gives us a building to work with, which is the Cowan property. Regardless of what they may or may not price that, we don't have an appraisal on that yet. My concern comes in though of, kind of what Commissioner Frazier, Commissioner Keller says, $577,000 for a parking area. I live in the reality that we're probably not going to do anything with the building other than maybe give that to, or sell that to the state of Tennessee, or give that to the state of Tennessee. I just can't see that any renovations that we would utilize or anything that we would do there would be extremely beneficial for the county. I would kind of like to see more about the Cowan property and see what their asking price would be, see what that appraisal is, before making my decision. However, I know that we're rushed on this, and we don't really have the time to sit back and kind of wait another month or two to get that. So, I agree. We need to start looking at some other locations. We need to start trying to develop a plan and move forward outside of just outside of the Workforce Development Center. That space can only be used one of two ways, or maybe a combination of some two. We can either rent that space out, we can give some of it to Northeast and the schools and work something out with them, or we can use some of that for our purposes as far as the county goes, for office space. But we can't really do both. I think we're soaking a lot of time in that building, a lot of space in that building. We keep telling people, yeah, we've got space, but it is finite. So, like I said, I greatly appreciate what the consideration, the comments and stuff tonight. But just keep those on your mind as we move forward right here.
Any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Von Cannon.
Why are we against going to workforce building with planning? Planning does not interchange with many of the other organizations. It's basically by itself. Therefore, it would be the logical department to move to the workforce center.
Mr.
And then you would have your demolishment of the planning building and the probation building, and for parking.
Mr.
You do realize, Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Yes, Mr. Schutler.
Yes, you do realize we utilize the Register of Deeds office, we utilize the trustee's office, and we also utilize the county clerk's office and the clerk and master's office. So we are in those offices, not every day, but at least weekly, if not multi-times weekly.
You're correct. I was thinking in terms of development people who wouldn't be in a project but once a year or once every 2 years.
Yes, sir.
Individual projects, yes, you're right.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump on that. Thank you.
Chairman Hill.
Yes, Mr. Frazier.
I'm looking at the piece of property now on the property viewer. I'm not signed into the Zoom from here, so I can't share it. But from the looks of this, it's completely contiguous with both the planning office, with the current probation office around the corner there. And it also is contiguous all the way up and back of Food City and also all the way in back of the apartment complex that sits over there on Northeast Street. I mean, the property is positioned perfectly for anything and any further development that we would need to do on this, on the county side of things. And I really think that we could fit other things in there as well as either getting, you know, the modulars like the school uses or something like that for the planning office and other offices back there, as well as having a decent amount of parking, even if we do carve out a chunk of it for the state and purchasing, if they decide to purchase the facility itself. We could redraw some property lines in there to where we could get the better part of it and they would still be able to maintain their parking and stuff.
Anybody else who hasn't spoken?
Mr. Hill.
Yes, Mr. Campbell.
You know, I've seen the property before when she had it up for sale before. It's went through the commission before and it did fail. And, you know, we're living in a time of uncertainty after taking on a new, well, I'll say, you might as well, you know, taking on a new president. And we don't really know what's going to happen. We're, you know, and there's not that many jobs in Carter County. Where's this money going to have to come back from? It's going to have to come back from the taxpayers. And we're talking a lot of money. But, you know, you got to take these things under consideration. You know, I've got nothing against the property over there and stuff like that. And Miss Holder's done a great job and all the rest of them have. Still, we got to keep this in the back of our minds.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
What percentage or guarantee would we have that the state would buy that other house? Because if they do that, this is not a bad deal. It's the fact of we're going out on a limb of buying the property, which I'm agreeing with them that we need the property and the other one. But, you know, if there was a more of a guarantee to buy that, it's a good deal. It's the not knowing. I mean, has anybody talked to them? What is the chance that we could sell the other piece?
It's if.
Commissioner Acuff just said that they're supposed to come up hopefully this week or next week from the state and view the property, but the guy had made it, he hasn't, you know, they haven't come one way or another, but he had told him that that was one of the properties he wished to purchase before he retired.
Okay, then I'm asking you, would Miss Whitehead be willing to put it off till next month till we get an answer?
Miss Whitehead, I believe you're on the line. Would you like to answer that for us?
No, I just think that anytime you're depending on the state to do anything soon, you're wrong, because we've got a fish hatchery that's supposed to have been completed, what, 10 or 15 years ago. Politics gets in the way of buying things.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
From a state level.
It came from the county level. We can't get nothing to look at our own problem.
That jail over.
Yeah.
Any more discussion?
We're gonna call that for breakfast.
Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell,
No.
Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
No.
Hill,
No.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
No.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Boncannon,
No.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
No.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
No.
Ginger Holdren,
Yeah.
Randall Jenkins,
No.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
No.
Sandra Color,
No.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
No.
Thomas Prophet,
No.
Well, 10.
10 to 12.
Motion failed.
Okay, that's all I have from Building and Grounds. Thank you, Chairman Hill.
Thank you, Chairman Holdren. Let's move on to, who did that one? Move on to Highway.
Mr. Hill, Chairman Hill, we'll let minutes speak for themselves unless somebody's got a question.
Being no questions, thank you, Mr. Blevins.
Thank
Health and
you.
Welfare.
Thank you, Chairman. Certainly let the minutes stand as submitted. However, just to update you very, very quickly, it looks like District 6 is the choice of Ridgeline for us to concentrate on first. They've done some pre-engineering, and Brad Chills, who's their Chief Operating Officer, is working on that as we speak, I hope. If you do not know, Ridgeline does have a fairly extensive backbone of fiber in this county. It comes out of North Carolina, runs through Roan Mountain into Elizabethton and on its way to Johnson City. And they've worked with rural counties in the past, particularly in North Carolina, but other places as well. And I think they'll be a good choice for us in helping us do the engineering. Commissioner Hill and I think we may have mentioned this to you all before, met via Zoom with all the principals in Carter County school system at the invitation of Dr. McAbee. And they are helping us get together surveys that are needed to make sure that each household within District 2, District 1, District 6 are surveyed appropriately so that they would know their potential customers. And each one of those surveys probably brings to the table, once returned and are utilized by the company in the granting system, of about $500 per household. So that's, I think that's good. And it looks like District 6 will be the first one, and I think rightly so with Elk Mills and Little Milligan, with the lack of service or the slowness of service, if they do have it at all, in District 6. The only other thing I would add is in terms of the homeless task force, we met via Zoom last Thursday. We will be making a trip to a few of the other local homeless shelters, and particularly one in Bristol, in the next couple of months. And the next homeless task force meeting will be the fourth Thursday, probably via Zoom, of January. And that's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Acuff. Financial Management, Ms. Holdren.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just a couple of quick notes. We looked at capital asset management policies, but did not finish that discussion. That continues in December. I reached out to Attorney Hardin today. He is going to check our contract with Evergreen, since that keeps getting put off due to COVID, and just make sure that we are within our contractual obligations. He's probably even going to draw up a document making sure that nothing goes wrong there time-wise. I appreciate Mr. Hardin for that. We met across the screen, our new payroll clerk, Miss Rita Watts, and our accounting clerk, Miss Alex Morris. We're so happy to have them aboard. We discussed an investment committee. Mr. Burke said that the primary role would be to find the best options for investing excess cash. Mr. Randall Lewis joined us on that call, our trustee, and he stated that he was okay with whatever our committee decided. He would be glad to work with an investment committee. So we did talk about it at length. But in the end, this is what we are proposing. So I did put this in the form of a motion from the Financial Management Committee. We request that the trustee's office begin providing updates to the Financial Management Committee beginning in February 2021, continuing April 2021 and June 2021 during the budget cycle, and continuing every year thereafter. So the purpose of that would be for him to let us know how much money's there, what interest it's drawing, what we can expect as the budget committee works to finalize all the details. Does anybody need me to repeat that motion?
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Holder and second by Mr. Campbell. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell, Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert A. Cup,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Double yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James, Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sandra Culler,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
and Austin James.
Motion passed.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. Chairman Hill, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holden. Nominating Mr. Frazier.
Yeah, I did have a quick question for Attorney Harden.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thanks, Josh. Sorry about that. We had made the recommendation to affix someone from the Financial Management Committee to the Audit Committee that would be meeting in the spring, specifically reserving that spot for someone financial management. Does that need to come to a vote before the full commission, or is it just something that we can just send out specifically to those individuals?
Yeah, you said you're voting to put an additional member on the committee?
No, there's currently a vacancy, and we wanted to fill that vacancy specifically with someone from the Financial Management Department.
Oh, okay. Well, as far as I recall, that as long as the person is not connected with management, I think is the term that's used in the statute. I mean, honestly, I feel more comfortable if I looked at that first. Specifically with Audit Committee, I think it has to be someone outside of any financial role with the county.
And that was kind of what I was going on, but there was an email that Abby had forwarded that said that they had requested that it get filled with someone from financial management.
Yeah, not the finance department.
From the Financial Management Committee.
Yeah, if y'all can move on to something else and I'll try to look at it real quick, but I don't feel comfortable telling you yes until I look at that statute real quick.
Okay.
Okay, we'll come back to nominating. Landfill, Mr. Bailey.
Actually, the only thing is I want to clarify is on the report everybody got on the back, it says there was that Benny only brought in cardboard of $995.76. It was actually $9,951.76. So I just wanted to clear that up. Other than that, let the minutes stand for themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Education Committee. So that's Ms. Ward.
We'll just allow the minutes to reflect the meeting.
Thank you. Law Enforcement.
Chairman, we did not meet. There was nothing brought forward to discuss from the Sheriff's Department. Maybe we'll get lucky next month.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Let's see. Animal Shelter. Anything other than what we went over tonight?
No, Chair, I don't think so.
Thank you. Planning Department?
The draft minutes should be in your packet. I hope it is. And we will be having a meeting in the first week of December instead of the November time period.
Thank you, Director Schuler. And thanks for those minutes. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Beer Board, I don't believe we had anything but Chairman Hill.
We have had no applications for permits.
Thank you. Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Garland.
Yeah, Chamber, of course, they're super excited about being in their new place, and they said to come by and check them out anytime if you wanted to. They're there in the day, so stop and see them. Really nice place. They've got a couple notes right here. Virtual breakfast coming up this Thursday. You could tune in by hitting their website if you wanted to. Participate in Small Business Saturday for members. Chamber Youth Ambassador Program hosted juniors and seniors from all 5 high schools in our county, and that concludes next month. They have a boss lady after hours coming up December 4th. I think that's pretty popular with some people or some ladies the first time they had that. So it looks to be a nice program. And they continue to see rising tourism and people relocating to the area and new membership. So that's certainly good news to hear right there. And Joy and her group right there, they're doing a fantastic job. And we're lucky to have her on. I mention that every time, but she's doing really good. And I'll try to get her on the agenda where we can talk to her a little bit, maybe next month or whenever we do meet again.
Thank you, Mr. Garland. Park and Rec, Mr. Jenkins.
Nothing to report tonight, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll touch on agriculture. The minutes can stand for themselves other than the fact that we've got the Christmas tree this year. The lights are going to go round and round instead of up and down. They're going to be colored. So there's a new treat. And we are getting a Habitat for Humanity house up on Blevins Avenue built this year. So that's some good news. And those ladies continue to work hard for us over at the Ag Center. Main Street, Mr. Frazier, I believe.
Nothing to report at this time. The Main Street folks are doing an outstanding job with everything downtown. They're acting as a liaison, so I'm not a voting member. Lots of interesting details. There's almost approximately 120 businesses in the Main Street area. Many of them have already signed up for the organization itself. And you can expect to see a whole lot of interesting things coming from those guys.
Thank you. And unless I've missed somebody, I think all we have left is nominating. I don't know if Attorney Hardin's ready for that.
Hey, Chairman Hill.
Yes, sir, Mr. Garland.
Let me go real quick. Just an update on Keep Carter County Beautiful real fast.
Keep Carter County Beautiful.
And this was, I think, put in the paper, but we do an annual litter index every year throughout each of our districts, the 8 districts. News came back that information, 6 out of 8 districts actually showed a decrease in litter on the index. So that's good. And that index is required for our affiliation with that program. Also, and it teamed up with the litter on a litter prevention grant with Keep Carter County or Carter County Drug Prevention. They received that grant. I mentioned that before, but they had some of their youth coalition went out, did a cigarette litter cleanup and survey of the town. And they were able to get 22 businesses to participate in a litter reduction program that they actually, I think, were able to put up signs saying designated or non-smoking places like that. They gave out 500 personal ashtrays at a couple community members, 2 community members at events and activities in the county. So that group's working hard. That grant's going to pay off, and it got young people involved in that. And I think the businesses were really happy to hear that going on also. So we've got a meeting this Thursday, virtual meeting, 5:30, I believe.
Mr. Garland,
great news.
Which districts did the best job in this past year? Picking up.
Ross, you're muted.
You're muted, Ross.
You're muted.
Everyone got muted, I think.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think Charlie's district is actually one of those that showed an improvement, was one of those that did go down.
That's why you asked.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can't think of the other one right now, but
I think 5th was one and 7th.
may have been. I know 5th District, Milligan Highway is one of those roads that we do the survey on, and it's hard to keep clean for some reason. We do. I mean, we do a lot of quarterly cleanups on there, and I think this, city and sheriff's department comes through there and helps us out also. But you pick up trash there, and it's dirty the next day.
Where did we read that? Was that in the Jordan's Post?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I'm sure he's got a large email list, so I'm sure you saw that. But I think it was actually in the Johnson City Press also.
Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me, I have the numbers pulled up in front of me if you all want me to tell you the districts.
Go ahead.
Okay, District 1 showed a big gain of 3 points. District 2 improved just a little bit. District 3 improved quite a bit. District 4 improved the same as District 3. There was some improvement in District 5. Some improvement in District 7. And the rest are either staying the same or going up.
Thank you.
That's all I'd have on that, Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Garland. I guess we're back to nominating.
I'll read the email that we got forwarded. It said, in speaking with the state auditors regarding the vacancy, the lead auditor, Marie Tidwell, said the commission can choose to appoint a commissioner to fill the vacancy and stated that several counties do have a member of the commission appointed. She also stated that it's a good idea to appoint a commissioner serving on the financial management committee to facilitate a working relationship between the two committees, or if another commissioner is selected. But it says that only people that it can't be are constitutionally elected officials such as mayor, register of deeds, sheriff, etc. And so I was asking Mr. Harden if we needed to put it in a resolution to restrict filling this current vacancy and with no restrictions on the future with someone from financial management, because we already voted to that effect in the nominating committee, or did we have to put it to the full commission as well?
Okay, maybe I misunderstood your initial question. I was thinking you were just asking, is it permissible to appoint somebody from the Financial Management Committee? Are you saying you're wanting to change, like going forward, the county resolution to require someone from that committee?
No, just in this particular appointment, to get someone on there from the financial management, to restrict it to someone from financial management for this appointment.
Right. Well, certainly what I was looking at was current state law, regardless of what the old resolution said. But the way it reads, it can be a citizen, can be a commissioner, certainly not an elected official. External to the management is the phrase that gives me some concern. Of course, someone in the finance office, maybe even someone on the budget committee, financial management. I don't know. Is that external to the management? I mean, it is a county commissioner. I would probably say yes. You can appoint someone from the financial management committee. I wouldn't make any changes to the resolution ongoing about requiring that. It still can be folks, just general citizens or county commissioners. But like I said, I can't give you 100% black and white answer, but my thought is that a financial management committee member would be okay on the audit committee.
As long as they were also a county commissioner, correct?
Oh, well, yes, just by the sheer makeup of the financial management committee, it can't be an elected official such as the sheriff or well, I guess it technically could be the director of schools. I doubt that he would want to do it, but it doesn't have to be a commissioner at all. There doesn't have to be a single commissioner on it. But yes, a member of the financial management committee could do it, I believe.
Okay, so we do not have to bring it forth to the full commission for a vote.
Yeah, to appoint someone, yes. To appoint someone to the audit committee, yes, the full commission has to vote on that person.
Right, on that individual person. My question is do I need to go ahead and have a vote tonight for us to specifically market the position to someone from financial management?
No, not the nominating committee can consider anybody and nominate that person to the full commission for approval. So no, it doesn't have to be any advanced approval of what group of people or segment of people you're seeking. You can seek whoever you want to and submit a name to the county commission.
Thank you, sir. That we don't have anything from nominating at the moment, but I would encourage the folks from the Financial Management Committee to check your email.
All right, thank you, Chairman Frazier. That moves us on to County Attorney report.
Yes, sir. Basically, as usual, I'll submit a written report. It'll be attached to your minutes next month. If anybody has any questions, I'll answer them. As far as litigation goes, besides the cases that have been active for a long time and there's no updates on, there is a total of 9 litter regulation cases that are being pursued right now in Chancery Court. They're all in various stages of service being obtained. I'm trying to keep them all lumped together because the chancellor, in doing us a favor by hearing these cases, prefers that they all be kept on a single day. So those move somewhat slower as we wait on service on a few, but there's 9 of those active right now and a couple more in the works. Other than that, like I said, I'll submit the written report and answer any questions you all have.
Thank you, Attorney Harden. Any questions for the attorney?
Chairman Hill, Captain Smith.
Yes, Captain Smith.
I wanted to and I haven't had a chance to send the notification to the county attorney, but we did have a lawsuit that has been dismissed. It's Wolfenbarger was the individual that had taken the suit, and it's been dismissed and probably will never resurface again.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll move on to commissioner comments.
Just
Anybody?
real quickly, if I may, Chairman Hill.
Yes, Ms. Holdren.
I just want to say thank you to everybody for coming out and touring the facilities the other day. Thank you for giving consideration tonight. I appreciate it. I want to be more involved in trying to get some animal issues taken care of. I don't want to be part of the problem. I want to be part of the solution. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Holdren. Anybody else?
Chairman Hill, I have something I would like to say.
Yes, Ms. McCain.
Just want to make it official that I'm resigning. I got true clarity tonight. I fought really hard fight for 4 years, and I think it's time that I start taking care of myself. I have poured my heart and soul into trying to make things better for this county, for the animals, and it's just not happening. And as I sit here and reflect on the things that I have given over the last 4 years, my family time, my finances, my home, which has turned into a shelter, and all I asked was for a little help over and over and over. And so I got true clarity tonight. So I just wanted to face-to-face tell everybody, if you call Zooming face-to-face, that, I will continue to love on animals and adopt out what I've got, but it's time for somebody else to step up. I've put my health at risk. There's multiple things I could go on, and everybody's ready to go home, and I understand that. I'm ready to go too. I've got animals waiting on me. I'll have plenty to do when I get there. So I just want to say, good luck to Shannon, and, hopefully she can continue to fight the fight. After 4 years, I'm done.
Amy, I really hate that you're leaving us. You have been a welcome addition to our body, and I wish you'd take time to really think about it before our next meeting, but, we'll support you in whatever we can do. Anybody else?
One other question. Why has the picture of President Trump been coming up on the screen every few seconds? I thought he was, no, he's a loser, but anyway.
Worst nightmare, Charlie.
Why is that? Why is it coming up on the screen here every so many seconds? Is that
I can answer that question.
Is it
Commissioner Bailey chose to add that picture to his profile, sir.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Frazier, second by Mr. Campbell. All those say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. 5 hours is pretty good.